So today we're going to be trying out the Lissandra adventure and trying to get a bunch of research for our guide. Can 3-star Viego defeat Lissandra? Yes. I think I showed that on stream before I started up. Maybe he was at 4 stars. But yes, you can. Viego is pretty good into Lissandra. Hey, Gaius Quintus. Yeah, good to be back. Hello, Dahima. I've only watched your 6-star run on Viego. Yeah, I did another one when he was lower. He was either 3 or 4 stars. And yeah, I actually haven't lost a run on Viego yet. You have a lot of ways you can mess up Lissandra, including stealing her watcher. It's pretty fun. Hello, Shabby. It is pretty funny looking at all of the responses to the Yasuo constellation. I feel like half the people think his 6-star is really good, and the other half think it's absolutely garbage for some reason. I don't really know. Don't really know why. Waiting for this patch passionately, same. I'm really hoping that the next person they release is Scion. I'm really hoping that's what it is. Yes. So, let's see. Okay, so there is the Yasuo constellation. So the first 3 over here, same as always. It's just your normal 3-star powers. You get Dragon's Rage, so when you summon an ally, granted Fury, it's a dragon. This is pretty good for Yasuo, because Yasuo gets a lot of kills, so this lets your Yasuo scale up a ton. Then you have Mana Flow, which is normal, and then your 6-star Typhoon, round end recall stunned enemies. Now, recall is really important for Yasuo because his whole mechanic is stuns or recalls. So this is going to level up your Yasuo twice as fast. It's also going to let your Yasuo get 2 strikes off, and then from your other star powers, or your third one here, every time you strike, you also get a scale. You scale up a little bit, gives you more opportunities to kill things, and then it just makes the enemy have to replay their units, and just helps clear the enemy board. This can be really nice if you don't have your Yasuo, because the enemy, you can stun them and they'll just still be removed at the end of the round. And you can often even fill up the enemy's hands so some of their cards get obliterated because they don't have room for it. I think it's pretty good. A lot of people for some reason think it's terrible, which I don't really understand. Been playing Viego, but I can't steal Watcher. She always entomb. Interesting. Stay a bit longer. I think today they'll reveal the other champ. Yes, they should. I was hoping for more legend levels plus more ways to get currencies. That, well, at least the more currencies that should be coming. I don't know if that'll happen this month. I hope so. But I think it's incredibly likely for, especially next month. But they should have something out this month if they can get it out, I would imagine. I know they want to give us more ways to get currencies. True, it's very good if you haven't gotten your Yasuo out yet. I initially thought it was underwhelming, but I hadn't thought about that. Hey, Rivi. I mean, I think it's really good. Levels up your Yasuo. Well, it's pretty good. Yasuo is already really strong. It's helpful to level him up. And then lets your Yasuo gets more strikes off. So he's normally going to be killing targets. But even if he doesn't kill them, then they get recalled. So the enemy has to spend all the mana again to play them. It's normally just going to be very helpful, especially against like Aurelian Soul that summons champions for free. This way you're just getting them off the board. It's going to make you a much more removal heavy champion, because every time someone's stunned, they're essentially removed. So it's also going to be great even as you're going up against like a Aurelia or Zed, where they play the unit. If you can't kill the Aurelia, but you can at least stun her, then she'll be gone at the end of the round. I think it'll be pretty good. I don't really get people that think it's like terrible. I understand like some people are upset it doesn't really change the way you play, and that's true, but I don't think every 6-star needs to change how you're playing. It just needs to give you benefits for how you're already playing. Yeah, I think it's solid. Yasuo was incredibly strong. I beat Galio with such ease without him missing his revive. Yeah, he is already strong, but I think these powers will also be solid for you. The other champion should be Sion. Yes, that is what I am hoping. Yeah. There are some pretty horrendous on-summon effects, though. Yeah, there'll be some niche situations where the enemy being able to summon again can be a problem. So that definitely can happen, but I think overall, it's going to be more of a benefit than a downside. You'd expect something more. I mean, making every single one of your stun, like every single one of your stuns is a guaranteed removal now. I think that's pretty powerful. Wait, Yasuo will have a 6-star? Yes, this is what they revealed. This is what is coming out next patch. We also have one other champion that needs to get revealed yet. There's a decent chance it's Sion. So one thing with the overlays, normally... Let's get out of here. Okay, so this is the 2. Here is Yasuo. Here is Sion. Normally for constellations, people are saying it doesn't match up with any splash art, but that's kind of fine, because normally the constellations, at least so far, aren't based just on the splash art. So if like... Where was their other constellation photo? Well, this was someone else, but a lot of these don't match up to people's poses in their splash art necessarily. Like some do, but they don't all do that. So just because it doesn't match your splash art doesn't mean that that's not the champion. Yeah, like some of these poses, like Echo never does this in a splash art. Samira, you never see her back like this in splash art. So there's some that these are completely different, and that's fine. So just because people are saying like, oh, the pose doesn't match up to their like non-leveled or leveled up forms, like that's okay. At least for this photo over here, that didn't really matter. So based on the body proportion, it looks like Sion to me. Also, Janna's incredibly fun. I've been converted to join your side with you. Yeah, Janna is pretty great. I don't think they have the budget to just randomly draw up something. Only other champ could be reasonable is like Urgot, but he's on LOR. I think it's Udyr. Yeah, Udyr I think is a possibility. I'm biased and hoping it's Sion, but I think the proportion's a little bit off for Udyr, but yeah, we'll see. Anyway, so what we... Yeah, honestly, all the ones that people are suggesting, like Sion, Swain, Udyr, I think all of those would be fun. So it's not really... Yeah, I wouldn't be upset regardless of who it is. Congrats, Rivi, on beating Lissandra. Just beat this month's adventures. Last thing are the gemstone chest, not a Nova Crystal shard. How are we supposed to get those? So the main way you get them at the moment, you have a guaranteed one from the quest. If you beat Lissandra with Viego, is I think what you have to do. It's like the last of a quest chain of like 5 or 6. But then Galio, the 2 3-stars, Aurelian Soul, and Lissandra, all of them give you chests or vessels that have the Nova Crystal and Star Crystals in them. So like that's how you're mainly getting them. Is Yasuo's, let's... Yasuo's is pretty close. Yeah, Yasuo's is definitely similar. But that's the thing, is like they could have them copying the pose, but because some of the ones for the other constellation were pretty similar to one of their poses. But we'll see. Oh, yeah, if you see a crazy build, I didn't even pay attention to what the Yasuo build was, but it's normally monthly challenges. Yeah, you're likely just going to get crystals from the chests. They have a chance to drop an entire Nova Crystal, but normally you're just going to get shards. Anyways, what we're trying to do today is we're going to be going through Lissandra, going and testing out all of the different paths, or at least doing as much as we can today, and trying to just take down notes for our Lissandra guide. We want to be able to list out every single like battle in this adventure and give suggestions on like, okay, this is what you need to look out for. This is how you want to play, because there's some of them you need to be like open attacking. There's other ones where you want to develop. So just really trying to work on the Lissandra adventure. Are we doing the streamer run today? No. At the moment, we're just going to go for our Viego just because he's very strong. He can really scale. So if we are taking our time through a certain battle, because we're not trying to rush through it. We're trying to see what they throw at us. So if there's anything that we really need to, like, you need to watch out for this certain spell, for this certain encounter. Yeah, that's why we're going to be doing Viego for now. I gave him Tempest Blade before he was given Triple Axe. I got Tempest Blade, and holy hell, it's so fun watching Yasuo use his sword. Sad it's only once? Yeah. Why not Asol? I mean, if people want to see Asol, sure, we can go ahead. Yeah, that's pretty basic and fine. We can do Asol. I mean, we've done a lot of Viego, so Asol's fine. We might do another Viego one later. Alright, so we want created cards if possible, although Mystic Shot having Hero's Horn would be nice. Yeah, I think that's fine. Deep Cuts is fun. Would like to get something for a created card, though. We don't have... I mean, I guess we are having his skies descend. Sure, it's not really the best, but it can be fun. And let's see... Jinx with Power Riff. I actually don't want to fill our hand with a bunch of other champions. Even though we're playing Asol. All right, so I think we'll start with going up, and we'll try to hit up these harder challenges and just go for the entire top route for this time. Yeah, 2 extra damage. I mean, it might actually make a difference for Lissandra. All right, so Troll, Scavenger, all things grow cold. I guess we should also probably mention the, like, battle plus the modifier and how there's some that really you want to avoid. With Troll, Scavenger, I don't think any of them really matter, or like are there any overly worse than some of the others. But like here, Omen Hawk, if this has all things grow cold, it can just one-shot you. Yeah, that'll be something worth bringing up in the guide. But yeah, we'll go up here first. Since I mentioned it earlier, why does Janna deck not have Maya? The literal updraft card that mentions Janna. These starting decks confuse me sometimes. Yeah. Oh, actually, yeah, we didn't go and look at what powers Lissandra actually had. Let's get rid of Star Shaping. The rest is fine. All right, so this one is Troll. See, this one's going to be hard because it's like specific cards to look out for your own. That's going to be the bigger issue here.
A bunch of targets.
Yeah, we could have actually done Behold the Infinite first to make the other one be free. Haven't played Aurelian Soul in a minute.
Her light will always rise.
There are certain things that specifically counter some champs. Yeah. And we'll need to mention that
Cool.
when we're going through.
Yeah, that's more like it.
Yeah, for Troll Scavenger, I think the main things, which is kind of a problem, is you're just looking out for your own cards.
That's a spicy starball. And here's where I'd paint my constellation.
And if you wonder what I'm doing, I'm just taking handwritten notes on the other side. Let's see. Could go for a stun, but our units are fine. So sure, let's just drop this. Omen Hawk is the early run ender. Yeah. I mean, they want Lissandra to be difficult. Deal 3 to unit.
That's more like it.
That's not too bad. Summon a 0-cost champion. Yay. Sure. We'll just get rid of that spell shield. Who are the new champs with constellations? So one is Yasuo. The other one we don't have confirmed yet. I'm hoping it is Scion, but we will see.
Tons of damage.
So we need to try to not end. So I think we'll build out our board for right now. We'll see a couple more rounds what they have to throw at us. But yeah, we're trying to not rush them down. Yeah, we're getting 2 champs, which is awesome.
Pure Starfire.
Yeah, Omen Hawk. As long as you have some early game cards, especially some early ways to like block fearsome units or stun them, something like that. For most champions, Omen Hawk's not bad, but if you're someone that is going to struggle for early aggression, then yeah, Omen Hawk can just one-shot you. It's hilarious. We just keep able to play this. All right, so we'll give them just like these couple rounds. We'll see what they have to play here, and then we'll just end on our next turn. But yeah, pretty much all they're just playing is our cards back at us. I guess you could... I guess one thing to note is the enemy could mill you here. If you take two, if you're too slow, they might just steal all your cards. Has anyone actually had that happen to them? I'm not sure. I don't think I ever have had that happen to me, but I think that could happen. Yeah, you've had them mill you. What do you think is the worst champion to fight Lissandra with? Misfortune used to be one of the worst. She's definitely better now. Vi is definitely up there for being one of the worst at the moment. You have... Okay, yeah. I think it's probably worth mentioning of just if you're going a little bit slow, that is something that can definitely sneak up on you. Let's just keep playing Skies Descend. Yeah, Samira. Also, hello, Pix. Samira is another one that is pretty bad. I thought Nami was going to be worse than she was. Nami was not as bad as I was expecting. But still not incredible. Alright, yeah, so I think for Troll Scavenger, you're just having to pay attention to, like, your own cards going to be used against you. So, like, if you got some really good cards that have, like, Reckoner's Mark, maybe be on the lookout for the enemy getting that. And then other than that, I think just watching out for them milling you. I think it's a overall annoying one, but I don't think there's any combination of the powers that really make them too difficult. It's just the luck on whether or not they get anything crazy from you. Yeah, but again, as we're going through these, if you see any suggestions or anything that's like, hey, we should add this to the guide, definitely throw it out there. All right, Warden of the Tribes. The foe's units have one power for each different subtype among units they've summoned. Actually, yeah, we'll look. All right, so Lissandra has Frost Gatherers. So for the different Lissandra powers, I think the one that doubles your stats is probably worse for Warden of the Tribes because they get a lot bigger from that. And I think Frost Gathers is also one that could be a bit annoying. But I don't think there's quite any of those ones that's just like, that pair up super well, it just completely shuts you down. It is pretty annoying, I agree. They flood the board very early. And they scale pretty crazy. All right, let's go check it out. Yeah, Samira with cost reduction definitely helps out a lot with the Oath. Without going for an Oath build, Samira is a lot weaker, sadly. Yeah, the dogs encounter, well, there's a couple dogs encounters, but they're all pretty annoying. Yeah, let's go for Meteor Shower.
Light guide you, my brethren.
Yeah, we'll be able to kill that here.
Sun this, moon that. Adults are boring. Yeah, that's more like it.
Yeah, might as well drop it right away since it's gonna refill our mana.
I hear it now.
Don't have oath.
Thunderous applause.
Yeah, Samira, you might not want to play them then.
Cups or slithers, it's my kind of critter.
Oh, that's nice. We could drop this, but... Well, actually, if we play one of these, it'll give us cost reduction for our Trundle. So yeah, we'll play this first. Let's try to think, though. So... I mean, try to kill... I mean, one somewhat suggestion is try to kill this card, because that card's really annoying. And we're probably going to be working on this for the next little while. I want to try to research the guide as much as possible. This is one of the most annoying cards that they drop early, and yeah, it just helps them ramp up really fast. So if you can't kill them and get them off the board, then you're often going to just get overwhelmed very quickly.
I will give them a show to
It also has Farsight, yeah. Good call. So yeah, they literally always will have it.
The trolls are going. It's good to be the king.
Imagine LOR having a night market just like League. Yeah, isn't that just the Emporium?
It's gonna be fun.
We asked about the Vault giving Path of Champions focus stuff.
Flash of crimson to elevate the scene.
They said they don't want to do that at the moment.
Witness glory.
Alright, so... we don't want to attack with everyone. I'm fine with getting them down, but we want to see a little bit more of what they have. We don't want to end too quickly. So yeah, this is definitely one that if you have a little bit of a slower deck, this is one to watch out for because it really can mess you up. All right, let's see this one. It doesn't have any items on it. Attack, grant the top 2 allies in your deck 1/1. Honestly, this is that bad compared to a lot of the other cards they have. So yeah, I think that's fine.
The audience loves you.
What champion has the fastest win for Lissandra that you've ever done? About 5 minutes with Nidalee is my record at the moment.
You and me? I'm the forger of stars.
Yeah, I constantly have people commenting on my like random Lissandra videos being like, what is that 5-minute run? The 2 units in this encounter that I always keep an eye on is Anura and the lurker that has a capture on it. Oh, right. Yeah, our Jin's probably just going to kill the Nexus. But that's fine. It just keeps going. Alright, we're just going to end. We're trying to, again, give them time to play some of their annoying cards.
My, how they stare.
Finally, someone's cool.
In an hour and a half, the last champion that has been teased in the past few days. Some say it's Scion, some say it's Swain. I am hoping and thinking that it's Scion, but all the ones that people have suggested, I'm fine with. Let's buff up our units a little bit more.
Prepared something very special.
Yeah, so a lot of these right now are annoying. They do have a lot of cheap cards. They are good at flooding their board, but I don't see anything too noteworthy yet. I think I remember that capture card, so I'm trying to wait and see them play it here.
Take your place, and our show will begin.
Oh, the fearsome.
Leave or burn.
I'm gonna lurk and enjoy the content now. I'm out of updates. Thing to say about my experience with Pat so far. Really enjoying the game and looking forward to the update. Good luck with the guide. Thank you. Do the enemies here in Lissandra Adventure have specific items that the dev already picked for them, or is it just random? Like Thralls have tough. They have specific adventures. Hardy Harness is something to look out for. Yeah, giving you... No, did they not play? No, I guess it was just the Fish a Whack. Yeah, Hardy Harness does give them a bunch of extra power.
Now they'll pay attention.
We'll just drop some of these bigger units.
Galaxy destroyed.
I'm trying not to play too many of our spells because I don't want Jin to kill the Nexus. Yeah, a lot of these are just... When someone create a Hungry Owl Hat in hand. A lot of these are annoying, but not too crazy.
That's a spicy.
My, how they stare.
They do have a elusive. Yeah, really not seeing anything. Deal 5 damage to all units.
You got a problem?
Alright, we'll end this next round. Honestly, we're probably going to go through the Lissandra adventure. I mean, over 3 times, because we're going to go every single path, but then some of these, they switch their position on the different rows. So yeah, it's going to be a lot. Four-cost elusive with tough. The units have very little health. Yes, most of the time they do have a small amount of health, which is why being able to, or when they have Frost Gathers, so they have the 2 extra health, and your units have Vulnerable, that one can actually be pretty tough.
Now they'll pay attention.
All right, we'll just attack and end.
Rises. I have prepared
We've given them enough time. They always have a random big elusive out of nowhere.
before I fire. You should be honored.
Why are you trying not to win? Yeah, I'm trying to work on the Lissandra guide. So we're trying to give them time to play their annoying cards, because for all of the cards or all the different battles, we want to be able to list like cards to look out for if you're playing. Like, hey, if they have this much mana, be careful, they might drop this card on you. This is something you should be aware of. So that's what we're doing right now. Let's just go for this super cool star chart. Snowy Razor Claw, all things grow cold. That is potentially the worst. Like, Frost Gathers doesn't matter as much because your units already have Vulnerable, but them getting twice the stats is probably pretty rough. Yeah, I think this is probably the worst one. Yeah, I didn't want to do Lissandra against Lissandra. Spicy note gaming, pretty much. This is fine. Yeah, Razor Claw, this one always scares me. The good thing, the enemy units have it as well, but
Patience, cautious, and quiet.
their units gain twice the amount of stats. This is definitely pretty scary. Let's go for Behold the Infinite. Yeah, I think I actually just want to go for that Crescent Strike, potentially. Yeah, we'll be greedy. We'll go for the champions. Alright, we're just gonna keep being greedy. Well, this unit's gonna die.
Just a little something I like to call fun.
Yep, rip.
Whatever.
At least they don't get 8 plus 8, 0. Have you made a tier list on the legendary power that Lissandra gave based on how hard it is? No, but also a tier list when there's only like 5 things seems kind of pointless. A little bit.
Do not fear the shrouded path.
Huh, well that's fun. That is a very large unit.
One troll to rule them all.
You're supposed to stall, don't be greedy. We're gonna try to not end.
This is gonna be fun.
I don't think the +4 is doubled. Here's unit with a base 2/2. Now it's 4/4. 4 plus has a base of 8 power. Yeah, the actual 4 doesn't seem like it's getting doubled. That is true. Still is pretty rough though.
You know what my future is? Glorious!
We probably could just like end, but let's play this so Zed gets one extra power.
Now I pack a punch.
All right, we'll just attack like this, letting Zed hit the enemy. Because yeah, otherwise we'll just do too much damage. Honestly, they're in pretty bad luck this round. Actually, they didn't have any other units to play.
It is me.
Yeah, I think Kato is probably worth mentioning. Yeah, let's mention Kato. Because that can be pretty rough if you can support a unit overwhelm. Yeah, when I faced them, they dropped 3 house spiders. Yeah.
Up top.
What, 5 things, 5 letters, you see what I'm saying? As far as the tier list, yeah, like we could make it work. So you're trying to stall to see what dangerous cards to look out for every encounter? Yes.
You and me. I'm the forger of stars.
So we're just trying to go through and write down anything that can help people in their own Lissandra runs for the future.
You dare try to take me?
Because especially with a lot of new people joining the game, they're getting to Lissandra and they need help. Yeah, we should actually just mention House Spider. It is a good, or it's a strong card they're going to drop and be very aggressive early.
See? This is progress.
It's pretty tough to go against Razorclaw if you don't have some form of control or removal. Yes. I mean, you can somewhat manage if you have a lot of very good units and you can consistently attack and kill their units. But yeah, it is pretty tough.
Only the worthy survive.
Yeah, let's just attack and kill their units. Because we are trying to stall, but we also just don't want them to get too strong. Also, slower deck struggle here. They can rush you down early. Yeah, that's a lot of Lissandra. If you have a slower deck, you're going to have an issue. Plunder, grow an ally stats to mine. And this comes with bonded bucklers. So this is going to be able to give another unit that overwhelm. So might as well mention it. Alright, well, it's going to go ahead and kill something.
This is glorious!
Well, rip. Snowy Razorclaw is Kato 2.0, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
The stage is... We must all play our part.
Is there anything else they drop that's worth mentioning? Or should we just end this next round? I feel like we've probably seen most things here. I guess we'll slow play this a little bit more. We'll probably end this round, but we won't open attack.
I knew you'd find your mark eventually.
Okay, they must not have anything to do.
One smack'll do.
Nope, they just dropped early units and end with Razorclaw. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's where I thought it'd be fine to end. Personally, I don't have much issues with normal nodes unless there's specific counters to a champ.
And with that, perfection.
Has someone compiled a document with every card in the Lissandra adventure decks? I didn't see it for the Lissandra encounter. I haven't seen that. I wouldn't be surprised because there's a lot of people that love doing documents, but I haven't seen that. So Spirit Stone is actually decent. Yeah, this will be okay. Sparring student. Sure, we'll head up here. Another champion sounds good. I think we're actually just not going to bother. I don't really want the remitter to really change what we're doing. Chrono Breaks can be fun. Undying Legion, very fun. Honestly, all three of these would be good, but let's go here. Alright, She Who Wanders. At last they awaken. The foe has 1 extra starting mana. If they have 10 mana, they create a 0-cost Watcher in hand. This one actually might be rough because normally they're trying to slow your whole game plan down because of their strikes. So, At Last They Awaken could be the worst here. Yeah, I think this one is potentially the worst upgrade for them to get. Yeah, there's some docs for cards with each encounters. If you'd taken the Lissandra and the Inquisitor, you could impersonate her. Yes, we could. Yes, Yasuo is getting a constellation. All right, let's go ahead and test this out. That being said, the At Last They Awaken, I think it's probably the worst upgrade it could get, but it's not as bad as, like, there's some of the ones that if they get paired together, it's just terrible. I don't think that is the case here. Like, it's not great, but it's not that big of a deal. She Who Wanders is bad if your board can't scale. Yes. Let's go here. Generally, you have some form of direct damage to Nexus if your units can't grow. Yeah, like that's something that... Yeah, let's go for Meteor Shower. Like for Vagar, you're normally fine with that. That could be fun. First time you've heard me sneeze on stream? That's surprising. I think I normally sneeze like once a stream. Can you link? Yeah, if you want to link his 6-star, that's fine. I feel like everyone's sick lately. I'm actually not feeling sick. It's just every once in a while have a sneeze. Yeah, this actually... We can't attack with either of these. They'll just both... Oh, that one gets scaled up from him. But yeah, we're gonna not attack.
Yeah, that's more like it.
Does Viego better fight Inquisitor, She Who Wanders, or It That Stares? I mean, I feel like the Inquisitor is the easiest for almost everyone. I think, yeah, Inquisitor is almost always the right option. Maybe that's just me, but I think he's the easiest.
We must all play our part.
Here. I will...
I have prepared something very special.
Here is a link to the Runeterra Twitter, or X. That is where you can also find the...
Artless.
Yasuo 6-star, if you would like.
More than audience.
You're welcome.
For the expression.
Yeah, what is your guys' experience? For me, the Inquisitor is always the easiest. Like, yeah, you can always have bad luck and he can be a bit harder, but normally he's really easy.
One troll to rule them all. This is gonna be fun.
Also, I realized the Troll Scavenger. I was like, oh, we have so many 8 or higher cost cards, but normally they're all getting cost reduced, so that's actually not the case.
The trolls are going to
Yeah, it's easy. Inquisitor's easy to encounter. Okay, I'm glad you all are in agreement then.
Someone cool.
Because that's also what I've always felt, is just, yeah, he's the easiest by far.
places, people.
Sure, let's just attack like this.
Give them a show to remember.
I think I've lost to it once, but that was on a bad champ. Yeah, like, unless you have some bad luck, you're normally fine there.
Right on cue.
I am the chosen of the storm himself.
Could drop Aurelian Soul, but this is also fun. Trundle is fairly slow, Anivia fairly aggro, and Orange scales really well. Yeah, Trundle's normally the easiest as well, as long as you can beat him a little bit faster. This is fleeting, so let's just
I have prepared something
damage our own unit
and
here.
encore.
For She Who Wanders, is there anything too difficult with it? Like, I normally find that it's really slow and it's annoying in that sense, but I've normally not actually had any problems with it. Trundle's only problem for really slow champs because the way he scales very big. Yes. We'll just pass for now. That's fine. We don't want to end too early.
Yeah, that's more like it.
The only problem is the frozen pig. Right. That's a good call. Yeah, that stupid ram, boar, whatever it's called. Fury of the North. Is that maybe what it is?
I will give them a show to remember.
Yeah, the modifier really slows you down.
Killing blooms into artwork.
I really had to serve.
But I normally find that it's not actually that difficult of an encounter.
Winter take you. Hello, Runeterra. Let's rock.
Yeah, like all of their cards,
I like clubbing.
all they're doing is really just slowing you down.
That's my starbuck.
Now they'll pay attention.
I keep waiting for them to play something.
I have
Oh, man.
something very special. Step into the spotlight. Everyone is waiting.
Yeah, I think for the first 3 bosses, in general, She Who Wanders, or not She Who Wanders, It That Stares is really the worst. Yeah, we'll write down Wrath of the Freljord. Okay. So Fury of the North is like close, but not quite. Alright, thank you for dropping that. I now feel like I can end the game.
I will give them a show to remember.
Yeah, cool.
Alright, yeah, we'll just finish.
Finally, someone cool.
It That Stares is kind of strong, Draklorn is the easiest, and this one's the most annoying. Pretty much. That's Fury of the North is Sejuani. Right, right. I found a documented deck list in this encounter. This deck has War Mother's Call. Interesting. Do you ever drop She Who Wanders? Not. I think I've seen it before, but it's not often. Can you actually link that document, Jana Romantic? Let's go for Mystic Shot. Let's go for item chest here. The Summoner Stone doesn't actually do anything, but getting more copies of this is good. All right, let's head up. So Protective Broodfather, At Last They Awaken. I think Protective Broodfather having the... well, a lot of the modifiers can be annoying. The Frost Gathers, where all units have vulnerable and they have extra health, is fairly annoying. And then the one where their units have double the stats when they drop them are also bad. Thank you for that, for dropping that. I think I might... bookmark that and use that later as something to look through for the guide. We'll get rid of the Celestial Wonder. Yeah, it's fine. My last run they played 2 She Who Wanders. Oh, interesting. See, I think the pig is a lot worse in it that stairs, because I think it's in there too.
And here's where I'd paint my constellation.
This deck has Age of Dragons. These expensive spells, they never really have a chance to play unless you're really slow. Hey, look, hit the stairs.
I will showcase my next act will be sublime. I will give them a show to remember. The curtain rises.
Alright, so we'll just do an open attack, get some solid damage down, and still not ending though, which is nice. Yeah, there's so many of these that just punish you if you go too slow at all. I think the biggest thing for this one, I think there's another modifier that has kind of the same, like the Poros. The Poros have the same thing of when they attack, they summon another attacking unit. Oh wait, what is... They draw a unit. If it's a dragon, they summon it attacking. Right.
They think themselves. The constellations bow to me.
So this is really best if you just have a lot of CC and control, so you can keep them from attacking.
Beautiful, is it not? You dare try to take me?
If it stares with elusive, if it dodge. Let's use our inspiration. And yeah, we won't attack because we'll just be ending. Alright, so we'll just pass.
My, how they
The created cards from Spellweavers is so nice on Aurelion Soul.
must give you more fangs.
Mountain Drake, Barrier. That's annoying, but I don't really feel like it's worth really mentioning. It's just, yes, it's a deck that has a lot of dragons in it. I think the worst thing is, I believe they have the spell that the dragon unit strikes your strongest and weakest. And I think that would be the biggest problem. But we'll just pass. They have spells and two non-dragons. Yeah, Molten Breath, that is, I think, going to be the biggest problem for people here, is getting surprised by that, where they just are scaling like crazy off of your units. I guess we should probably let them attack so they can summon more units. Alright, that's fine.
I will give them a show to
Infinite Mind Splitter can be annoying unless they draw it or summon it attacking, and it can't stun. Strafing Strike, yeah, they have a lot of removal cards.
This is your comeuppance, Targon!
Yeah, this is one that can be pretty rough because they get free summons through like a extra draw, and then they have a lot of removal to just punish your units, and then the removal also scales them up because like that Molten Breath can really mess you up. Strafing Strike, there's a lot here that can cause problems. Is 3-star Thresh worth it now? I mean, I like 3-star Thresh. I don't know if I'd drop all of my wild fragments on him, but I mean, worth getting if you get the fragments. It'd be cool if they played Elder Dragon. But I've noticed they barely played any 6 costs. Yeah, they don't have that many expensive. I mean, there's a lot of 5 costs they play. Alright, we'll let them play some things here, see what they have to do. A big issue, though, is I think they have a lot of those spells, and we keep killing their units. Yeah, Stalking Broodmother.
I have prepared something very special. I will allow
Is the video going to be more than 1 hour? I hope not. It's going to be a video that is just, like, it's not going to be something to actually do on stream at all. It's going to be very edited and scripted, so hopefully I can get it to be shorter.
places, people.
Alright, let's go ahead and end. All elemental dragons are 6 cost except Mountain Drake. Poor little thing can't get boons. Yeah, that sucks. I mean, I would like the video to be under an hour, and I think we should be able to get there, but we are going to be covering a lot of information because we're going to be going over every single fight in the entire encounter, all of the legendary modifiers, and then also talking about the different routes to take. Yeah, we'll see. I hope we can have it under an hour. I would hope it can be more like 30 minutes, but we'll see. All right, Howling Abyss, Frost Gathers. I think this is another one where most of the legendary modifiers, like all of them, are kind of a little bit annoying in their own way. Probably the worst one is the doubling stats again, because they can drop a champion that's leveled and its stats are doubled, and then its stats are doubled again. So I think that one's probably the worst here, and that is actually probably fairly terrifying for a stats gain its or champion gain its stats doubled multiple times. I just realized I've been working on a notebook. I just had like one side that was clean, and I was just like, I need more than one paper. So I think I can find another blank side. What is that modifier called again? All things grow cold. Yeah, I think all things grow cold here would be the worst. Because going against a champion that has its stats essentially like quadrupled, that would not be fun. It'll be a good resource where you can skip around finding encounters you're struggling on. Yes. What's the best constellation for Gwen? Blessings, Discovery, or Legends? I'm not sure offhand, but normally the gemstone things is what I think you're talking about, and normally those are all pretty superfluous, not really needed. And also, you're not usually going to have the gems to do it. Secrets Hidden by Frost is the easiest modifier to me because it needs 5 turns to scale and kind of screws Lissandra thralls if you don't kill them. Yes, Secrets Hidden by Frost for most challenges is the easiest. I would agree with that. The champion shard ones, just not sure what route to go down. Oh, I would probably get your champions have double attack and then go for the overwhelm, your crush. I would probably do that first, or at least that is what I did first.
Daylight warms the heart and lights the way.
I mean, if all the information you gave helped people fight Lissandra better, I think it's 1 hour of your time. Yeah, it's... I'm not going to cut any information to make it shorter. I'm going to try to make it as concise as I can. And hopefully that means it's going to be under an hour. But if it ends up being over an hour, because that's how much information I have to go through, then so be it. Also, there's a pretty fun little interaction there. Yeah, I guess we can attack. But yeah, their units are already, their champions are already so big that them getting doubled up again would be pretty insane. The patch notes aren't until tomorrow. Because, well, I'm guessing the patch notes aren't until tomorrow because they pushed the patch back to Thursday. So the patch notes will likely come out tomorrow instead of today. Which is going to mess up so many people. I know there's a lot of people that already struggle to remember when, like, the patch comes out. This is just going to make it worse. This actually wouldn't be bad. Don't forget to tell killing the Howling Abyss does nothing because they can create a new one in hand because of an item. I wouldn't say it does nothing,
That's a pretty sparkle fly.
because at least you're forcing them to play the mana for it. So
Back, heretic.
yeah, I wouldn't say it does nothing. It's still nice to do. It's not so much that the patch got, like, delayed. They intentionally pushed it back because of a holiday. So, I mean... like, it did get delayed, but at the same time, kind of didn't. Or not because of any technical reason. You think the patch notes will be today since tomorrow's a holiday? I mean, hopefully. I would love for patch notes to come out today. That would be fantastic.
Struggle. Now enjoy.
Nice to meet you. It's good to be the king. One smack.
It's like a holiday called Juneteenth that they are celebrating.
You and me. Wonder at my creations.
On the official calendar, the patch notes are set on the 18th. I mean, hopefully that's accurate.
This is your comeuppance, Targon.
Alright, we'll go ahead and not attack. Do you think the Yasuo 6-star is counterintuitive to him because he still kills the stun units anyways? No, because Yasuo has an issue where if he's not on the board, you are incredibly weak. This will mean that even if your Yasuo is not on the board, your stuns will still be removal, which is really, really nice. And this will let Yasuo get multiple strikes off. So if he doesn't kill someone with the first strike, he then has another opportunity. So I think it's actually fine. That's pretty funny. We let Zed get free just to immediately capture him again. Yeah, we'll give them a couple more rounds to do anything, but honestly, this is one where it's mostly just going to be the luck of whatever champions they get. So it's not like you even can list
I'm always ready to play.
what champions they're going to be using.
Pure starfire.
Okay, that was actually something worth noting. So, Heedless Resurrection. So they can resurrect their champions. Alright, that is actually really worth noting.
You dare try to take me?
One last kiss.
Alright, not too bad. I think we'll probably end this next round. Can Unstable Inventory Asol, in theory, roll Poro Fluff on Asol?
I do love
I know it's a dumb question, but it sounds really fun. I mean, you should be able to.
Hearts now.
This is gonna be fun.
I think it's going to be Scion. I think that fits the most.
A bite was all it took.
But if it's like Udyr or Swain, I wouldn't be complaining. But I hope it's Scion. Sure, let's go for the Cosmic Call, I guess. Yeah, the problem for the Howling Abyss is just they're dropping these giant champions, and so it can be hard to remove them. But there's not really too many spells or things for, I think, you to look out for. It's mostly just the random luck of whatever they get. Yeah, I think Scion, I'd be so happy if Scion got added. You think in terms of champs they go past 3-star, that Ace will be the strongest, or is he overshadowed now by some 5 and 6 stars? Let's go for slow but steady, so our board nuke goes off multiple times. I mean, I think there's other champions that are more consistent, such as like Viego. I think Asol is really strong, but it kind of comes down to luck on like what champions you get, if you can actually get enough created cards to do your cost reduction. So I'd say, yeah, there's other ones that do kind of go past him. This could actually be terrible if they had I Am Inevitable. We actually haven't had I Am Inevitable a single time. Trundle, when the foe summons a 8 cost, grant their other units 8/8. All things grow cold, probably pretty rough. Trundle is one that's slow though, so him getting extra starting mana actually could be worse than All Things Grow Cold.
Time to troll.
I mean, it figures that I Am Inevitable. I'm not getting that on a time when I don't actually care about winning at all. So yeah, I think for Trundle, he is someone that is very slow. If you let him get to a certain point, though, then you're going to have problems. Sure, let's go for Yasuo.
My brethren.
Hello, dies. Deal 3 to everything or destroy units' equipment. Let's wait for them to play something. I guess we can play Jhin already to refill our mana.
Requires my next act will be sublime. I will give them the trolls are
I look forward to trying the Ashe. Stealing those stars or stealing the stats does sound very fun. This is also slow, so this is going to go off twice. I get my hands on Elder Dragon Champ last night. I think it's my new favorite. Very easy to play, very fun for weeklies. Yes, Elder Dragon is quite fun.
This way, killing blooms into artwork.
Yeah, I think the 6-star Ash would be very fun.
Take heart.
We're just dropping all the champions.
Its only purpose to fall. A beautiful fall. It's good to be the king.
I've done the Viego steal the Watcher like 2 times now. It's so funny.
Smack'll do.
We'll just drop Aurelian Soul. And sure, go Supernova.
The constellation bow to me.
Are you playing any games besides LOR? I play tons of games. I play a lot of games. It's just, I normally don't have time to showcase them on my channel. But, yeah, I play a lot of different games, and I also try a lot of different games. My channel is big enough that I have a lot of developers, especially smaller developers, that will send me their game to try. So that if I really like it, I can show it up on stream. And there actually has been some that I do want to showcase, and some that I'm planning on showcasing if I can find the time. The issue is I want to showcase games when there's not anything really that I want to do in LOR, in Path of Champions. And for the past couple like weeks and months, I just haven't had any time where there hasn't really been something for me to do.
I have prepared something.
What are your favorites? So I really like roguelike games. I recently got RoboQuest, which is a first-person shooter roguelike, and it is very good. I also got Sulaco, which is not really a roguelike. It's more of an old-school boomer shooter, which I also really enjoy. I think we'll just end. Or like pass the round.
My, how they stare.
I really think for Trundle, it's just the fact that if he can have units on the board, and if he can survive into the late game, then he really becomes a problem. Okay, let's add that one. Alright, so that was worth noting. So they have a 8 cost. Oh, actually, if we drop Aurelian Soul, our other Aurelian Soul will die. Oh well. League is adding a single-player mode like Vampire Survivors. I'm curious about it. I've heard about that. That'll be interesting to see. Yeah, roguelikes are the main type of game I play. I've kind of realized as I've gotten older that I actually really like first-person shooters. So those were games that I grew up playing, and I thought I just liked those because those was what I grew up playing, and that was it. But especially the past couple weeks, I've played a lot of them and been like, no, it's not just that this is what I grew up playing. I genuinely just think these are great games. But I don't play like Call of Duty. I like more interesting ones. Yeah, I think we'll go ahead and just end here.
I will give them a show to
Been playing a lot of Hades lately. Such a fun roguelike. Yes. Ever tried Destiny? Yes, I played Destiny when it first came out, and I played it the whole way through. I played Destiny 2 for a while, but I haven't really enjoyed it recently.
victory today, freedom tomorrow.
For games like Versus to be interesting, they need to have a lot of skills. Have you tried Mother Gunship? No. Do you play Minecraft? Not really. My wife loves Minecraft, and so sometimes I'll play with her, but I like survival games, but normally I just get bored in Minecraft. All right, Lissandra with Frost Gathers.
At last, my time is at hand.
Have you tried Inscription? No, but I know what it is. Oh, VS Vampire Survivors. Okay. That is a game I have played. Inscription was interesting looking. Who's the worst champion? Path of Champions? Yeah, Nasus is potentially the worst one. He is probably the worst deck in the game, definitely. And then, while they've improved his star powers, they're still not great. Let's... Yeah, I guess we'll play this. Oh, that's nice.
The trolls are going to war!
So Trundle has Black Cleaver, right, and Regen. This is actually going to be something annoying, is trying to remember and note all of the different items people have, especially when it's the same card used multiple times. Ornn's not bad anymore. Ornn is good now.
All things grow cold.
He still has some issues, definitely, but he is a lot better than he used to be.
King of trolls, it's good to be the
Does
king!
not a king make.
Get ready for a beatdown!
Yeah, I guess I never turned those off. Let's see. We could do this. Sure. It is going to give us the cost increase, but that's fine. All right, see ya jump. Oh, War Mothers, that's fun.
I'll knock 'em dead!
Yeah, honestly, Lissandra is the one that I've already played enough of that I don't really feel like I need to spend too long here.
Smashing!
We're probably going to get entombed. Yep, there it is.
I'd never keep my guests waiting.
Hades 2 is incredible, to be honest. A really good sequel. Yes, I'm waiting to play that one, but I have total faith that it is going to be incredible. Let's actually get rid of this one. All right, not bad. Yeah, it'll be good. Can I get a refund? Oh, why are you using your channel points like that? I guess I'll be nice. All right. Let's see. We want to drop. I guess we can attack with our Vladimir because they can't actually really stop him.
Let it flow.
Then we can drop Aurelian Soul. Let's go with obliterating units or landmarks.
Wonder at my creation!
I love Entomb Don't you? Fast speed obliterate. My champion's landmark? Yeah. A random button appeared. You expect me to not press it?
Try to tame me.
Yes. I mean, you could press it, you just might not get your points back. Let's...
The stage is... There is art here, waiting.
Ah, it says the viewers is 69. Nice. Alright, so we're gonna finish up here. And then we'll probably go for Viego and go down another route, try to look at the different opponents. Sure, we'll just obliterate that. You know what's better than a tomb? Buried in ice. I mean, buried in ice is slow at least. Is removing Lissandra important, or what should I look out for this encounter? Alright, so some things to look out for is the Entomb, which is 5 mana. So it heals them, 5 mana fast, so even if you are attacking, doesn't matter, they can still use that reactively. 9 mana, they have their Buried in Ice, which will hit your entire board, entombing everyone. That one is slow speed, though. So you can watch out for that and just open attack. Alright, rude. So just a lot of these spells, you want to know their cost breakpoints, and when you see they have a certain amount of mana, just be paying attention to that. Buried in Ice does have oh goodness, what is it called? Hextech Fabricator. So it'll give their strongest unit an epic item. So that is normally going to be their Thralls, which means their Thralls could get double attack, scout, elusive, any of these sorts of things.
I have prepared something.
Did you try Vex with Echoing Spirit GF? Don't know what that stands for other than girlfriend. Wicked Harvest. It could be, oh, Gale Force. It could be more of a monthly build, but it's interesting. I don't think I've tried Vex with that build exactly, no.
Now they'll pay attention.
So you see they have 9 mana. We don't really want to play slow. We want to immediately attack, because if we play this slow, they're going to probably do a Buried in Ice and entomb our entire board.
Get ready for a beatdown. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4.
Does Lissandra have Flash Freeze or just the 4 mana Frostbite Summon Landmark? I think it's just the 4 mana one. I don't think she has Flash Freeze.
Victory today, freedom tomorrow.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to go for Wicked Harvest. You'd want to go for, like, Utmost Despair. If you want to do that Vex build. By the way, that Neela build you did recently is so fun. Playing Neela is so much more fun to me now. Awesome. Alright, let's go grab our... Oh, he's up here. I do hate this system. Let's grab our Viego and hop right back in. So Lissandra spells are Entomb, Ice Shard, 4 mana freeze, Buried in Ice. Yeah, they have the 3 sisters, which lets them then make some of their other spells like a Flash Freeze or a Entomb. Hey, look, Scion. I think in honor of potentially getting Scion, let's go ahead and grab him. Alright, I am playing Viego. I think little buddies would be good, so we always have units to kill. So let's grab that. Gold chest. Okay. Don't mind if I do. I do like this with Grifter's deck. Yeah, this is going to be hilarious. Oh my word. This actually could be pretty fun as well. It'd be a 6-cost baseline, but that's going to get reduced down pretty quickly. Viego is just so much fun to play. Also, this card is really good, but yeah, let's go like that. So we could actually go down the top route again because a lot of these are actually different. This sucks. So if we go down the bottom route, we're already going to get at least one that we've already done. If we go down the middle route, we're going to get one that we've already done. If we go to the top route, we're going to get these up here, which is always the same. I think we'll go down the bottom, but we're going to hit Warden of the Tribes again. So that'll be a little annoying. So Warden of the Tribes with all things grow cold. We probably won't... If we've already done them once today, we probably won't drag them out as much. Scion being a base 4 damage annoys me because he doesn't get cost reduced with Viego. Yeah, I mean the Titan's Axe helps with that a bit. Let's see. Let's do a Shape of Fear and kill this. Let's use this here, summon a Spiderling.
If it hops or slithers, it's my kind of critter.
Oof, 8. That is a lot. Yeah, I will say for Anura and Froop, they have Farsight on this, and they have 3 starting mana, so they're literally always going to be able to play it round 1. It's not that they just have it in hand, they have enough mana to also just play it right away. Oh, so the Viego build, Spellweaver Symphony, Disciple of Shadows, and Portal Pals. Do we want to already drop our Viego? I think let's wait till next round. So the Spellweavers is very fun for Viego because a lot of the spells you generate are actually really good. A lot of them are kill spells or spells that summon a bunch of ephemeral units. So if you stay in Shadow Isles, which we didn't because of Scion, but normally you want to stay in Shadow Isles, it works out really, really well. I was actually surprised by it, but it's great fun. Yeah, we can just drop this right away. It's not quite a turn 1 Viego. Yeah, Viego, he is very strong, but he also is just so much fun to play.
Not even death can stop me!
I do like Scion's level up. I think it's hilarious seeing him just blasting through this entire town. Oh, that's good. Well, this will be nice.
First let the blood, then stop the heart. Echoes of my wounded past. I will find them.
Well, GG. I'm still salty that Anura is not Nico's deck. Yes. Yeah. Who do you think is the worst encounter for Viego? I found Rhymefang with the Frostbite every time they hit the board to be the most unwinnable. Yes, I would agree. I think the Rhymetush Shaman, like, hard counters your Viego, makes it so much more difficult. Ephemeral Spirit Stone. Does have quick attack. Sure, especially because with the Spirit Stone, they often can get discounted to be free, which can be fun. Yeah, let's go for Crumble. Alright, so we have Heart of the Fluffed or Rhymetush Shaman. Both are bad. I think we'll go up here just because this will be very annoying for Viego. We might have to do it eventually, but yeah, let's go up here. Poro Apocalypse. The foe summons a random 1-cost Poro. If they have 5 or more units, they create a 0-cost Heart of the Fluffed in hand. At last, they awaken extra starting mana. Yeah, probably not the worst, but this one can be annoying, especially if they get elusives. I think this is one that there's not too many specific cards you need to look out for because they just generate random Poros. I think it's more of one that's just, if they get more than 5 cards, really look out for them dropping Heart of the Fluffed. And also look out for their elusives, because if they get that, you're going to have a bad time. Just steal it? Yeah. Well, that's rude. Alright, let's... Yeah, we'll just play this here. Alright, I'll play this, discard one of those. And the problem is we have to discard our cards, but it's like kind of an infinite. Alright, so we can drop our Viego. I mean, we could just end this round. But we should probably wait a little bit and not rush it down.
The Shadow Isles are just the beginning.
Oh, Reborn Grenadier always summons itself at end of turn, but then discards itself. Crash the game with that combo? Oh no. That's a little worrying. Well, let's see if the game crashes. We could end right here, but we'll hold off. Yeah, I think for Heart of the Fluff, it's not going to be that many specific cards to look out for. It's just, it's a Poro deck. They have Poro snacks to buff up their Poros. They're making Poros, and then if they get too many Poros, they combine them all together and can potentially end the game. So I think we'll just go ahead and end. pushed it a bit far with that one. Should be fine if it's just one.
All this for her.
I mean, I'll still say Heart of the Fluff it every once in a while just to trigger some people. It has 5 Poro snacks. Yeah, that document will be nice for the guide to actually go through and try to look at all of the cards and the amounts they have of those many cards. All these are pretty good. Let's go for Mask Mother, though. The new Lux Relic is so good on the old Lux. Start with even more mana? Yes. Not even standing behind Braum could have saved those Fluffits. What, you don't like Camavorian now? Viego, double attack, anti-up. Sure, let's do double attack. Scar Mother, this is one... The Frost Gathers isn't as bad, but Scar Mother with I Am Inevitable is like the worst thing. Alright, let's go ahead and hop in here. What is the hardest modifier for Heart of the Fluffed? Surely it has to be the 2 health units have vulnerable. That one is pretty bad because it's harder to kill their Poros, which means they're more likely to get more of them on the board, triggering all of their effects. So that's definitely up there. Possibly the
Fight or die.
the one where it doubles the stats. Again, I'm forgetting what it's called. Because if they drop that with their Heart of the Fluffed, if that gets its stats doubled, that could be a really hard time. And also when you're dropping Poros with their doubled stats, it'd also be harder to kill. So that one could also be a problem. Alright, so this is the issue of we went and grabbed Scion, which is giving us these Noxus cards. Normally when you're just in Shadow Isles, like almost every single card is good for Viego.
I do this for her, for us.
Got my 6-star power on Echo. So much fun with Oath and Double Star Gem. That'd be nice. Yeah, we can drop Leviathan, I guess. We could just, like, pretty much end right here. But again, we'll try to hold off for a couple rounds.
All who live will serve.
Let the flames take you.
Oh, this is... Okay, that's actually a card to really mention. Because this one... Ember Maiden's terrible. So that is a 3 cost with tough. This one is really bad. Because damaging all of their units and then doubling all of their power. Yeah, this is the main card to look out for. We're kind of using this just because. It's Camavorin, not Camavorian. Yeah. Oh look, she's ours now. I mean, it still would help them though, so it doesn't really matter. Did we actually have someone die? Also, yeah, the Tribeless is also bad. They have multiple ways to just damage all of their own units, which Gonna give you a tough time. Let's actually override this one. This game is so unbalanced, I can't have any fun with it. Well, that's unfortunate. I think the unbalance is part of the fun. At least when it's unbalanced on your side. Actually, since we have Scion, let's briefly talk. So, in the splash art that they're showcasing, you just see like a big like lump and then like a small looking head, and it's cut from like this angle, so you don't see his other shoulder. So his other shoulder is the one that would have the giant pauldron on it, but his shoulder here doesn't. So it's like, it looks like just a giant shoulder and a small sized head in proportion. So I'm hoping that that is what it is. Hoping. But we'll have to see. Anyways, I think we're fine here. We can end. Yeah, we're playing Scion, hoping that it's a new person coming out.
I will take back what is mine. All of it.
What's the best package to buy in the store? There's like a $5 intro bundle. That's pretty good. And then I think there's like a $20 Constellation bundle. Those two are pretty much the best to pick up. And then you have the ones for the individual champions, so like Misfortune, Volibear, and Lux. If you have the money and you want to get them, then those are kind of like the next best ones. And then there's just all the like generic bundles. Glimpse actually isn't bad. I think we'll go for Chronicler. I mean, I think Scion would be really fun. I don't think it's boring at all. Draculorn, Inquisitor, Secrets Hidden by Frost. I think overall, he's just normally pretty easy. I hope there's an event pass with this new patch. Yes, that would be awesome. I'm hoping that whenever they add a new champion, they also add a bundle for them, like Volibear and Misfortune and Lux, they all got. Because I want to try to get the stuff for the new champs to be able to test them out and show them to everyone. It's a little sad when I can't really do that. I guess let's drop this here. When I was playing Bard, I think they should add the Medui card that doubles chimes when summoned. That would be nice. When is the reveal? In a couple hours. Let's drop this here.
She waits for me beyond the mist, my queen. Told you I wasn't done.
We actually should probably calm down. Because we could just attack and end, but... we need to try to see... I mean, I have gone against this one a lot. Their biggest issue is they have one landmark that summons a difficult unit, and that's like all they have.
Who live will serve. I command you.
Imagine if Seraphine and they just made a new render of her mimicking Swain figure. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be funny if it's just something completely random.
The mask they wear and their tail.
Ah, Viego's fun. Alright, it's like something the Unchained. Alright, that's fine. Oh, so here's another one of the really good cards you can get for Viego. Being able to drop this round 1, giving you 3 units. So if you have your Disciple of Shadows, you get 3 cost reduction for your Viego in the first round. Very handy. Again, we're just going to pass, though. We're trying to give them opportunities to play stuff. And once again, we'll just pass. Oh my word, do you seriously have nothing? Seraphine seen from above. Okay, that's fine. There's some shenanigans we could do, but fine.
Surrender to me.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Can you play some units, please? I mean, so far none of these are really impactful enough to mention, in my opinion. I guess I'll just put the Inquisitor, because technically that's the namesake of it, and it can help count down their units. So normally if they do drop their Inquisitor, you want to get him off the board right away. Oh, I guess they already have the effect right here as well, so it doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, all the landmarks are faster, but it doesn't really matter. Alright, I'm just gonna end. They're just taking too long. When going through the Darius star power with champ shards, should I grab damage on Death's Hand or reroll and Nexus health? So that's actually, I think, kind of the wrong question. You want to be looking at what you want to get after that. So the reroll and Nexus health is better, but the damage on the Death's Hand gives you closer to the 6-star. For me, I want to get to the 6-star as soon as possible. So I would go for the damage, and then go up, grab the like 4th star, and head over to the 6-star power. All right, GG. That was kind of annoying. They just played like the same cards 3 times.
Without her, there is only darkness.
Could also be when you have a board with ethereal units the AI is really scared of playing. Could be. Normally they're scared of attacking, though, not necessarily playing. Although we did have the attack token. And yeah, they often do wait for you to attack. So that could have been it. So the stuff on the champions only works on the champion unless specified. And like if it says Shadow Isle champs have regen, then it's for everyone. Otherwise, it is just that champion. All right, let's go for the 2 tougher ones. So Jubilant Poro. When one of the Poros dies, they get a copy of it in the deck, and their copies get 2/2. Secrets hidden by frost. I think here again, their units getting the double stats or their units getting the extra health and your units having vulnerable is probably the worst here. They'll attack round end if you have lethal on board and the attack token, though. Let's get rid of both of these. Alright. I wonder... I think Poro Sled is probably the main thing we need to watch out for. Does this one actually have that one, though? Or is that a different one? I think there's like 3 different Poro encounters throughout the Lissandra adventure. I'm not actually 100% sure. Here, I do the Fabled Poro, giving them extra keyword generation. But I don't think that one really matters as much, because it's not like there's something you can do to stop it. It's not like, oh, you have to get this off the board right away. It's just, yeah, they're going to drop it. It's going to buff them up a little bit. Yeah, let's just drop our Viego. I think this is one where you really have to be careful, because like you need to be killing the enemy, but at the same time, every time you kill them, they're scaling up. So it is definitely something to be careful of. Also, something someone asked, will Ledros one-shot the enemy Nexus if you're playing Jinx? And I think the answer is yes, which is hilarious. Because his skill does half of the Nexus damage, or Nexus health and damage, and Jinx doubles the damage of all your spells and skills. Now, you're gonna have a hard time getting Ledros with Jinx, but imagine if you had Poro Fluff on Ledros with Jinx. You just play it round 1 and you win the game. It could be amazing.
There was hope once.
We won't attack and end here. We want to try to give them some opportunities to play things. Not 100% sure what they're going to do. Let's play some of these kind of for fun. Such a great animation. They have to have stuff they can play. Okay, there we go. There's something at least. I mean, we could just keep killing Ledros, to be honest. Sure, we'll play this. They'll block this, right? Right? Okay, thank you. I didn't want to get too close to ending. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything too crazy here. I think normally with the Poros, a lot of their decks are very similar, and the main thing you need to watch out for is just whatever their modifier is. So here, you just have to end before the Poros scale out of control and just annihilate you. Because, yeah, they have the different cards to generate Poros. They have Poro snacks. Like, they do have the Fabled Poro that's going to give them all keywords, but... I think there's a different one that's called Poro Sled that has Poro Sled. That's kind of the only card I'm really thinking of that we really need to watch out for. New champ revealed? Okay. It's Swain? That's sad. I was hoping it wasn't. But, you know what? Swain's gonna be fun too, so I'm not too mad. Alright, Swain. We will... end here. And let's look at Swain. Oh, man. Alright, so your first spell or skill each round deals 1 extra damage for each health the enemy nexus is missing. That is very interesting, because against tougher opponents like Lissandra that has a ton of extra damage, you're just doing more and more damage. That is really... I like how this scales with the enemy difficulty. That is pretty fun. Collateral damage, +1 starting mana. When a unit dies, deal 1 to the enemy nexus. That is massive, because that is your units or enemy units. So just as you're killing people, you're constantly dealing damage to the nexus. I will say Lissandra's tough, will block this, but that is huge. Yeah, that's really good. Your first 3 spells or skills each deal 1 extra damage for each 5 health the enemy nexus is missing. So pretty much the same thing as the first one, except now it's your first 3, which if you're playing more than 3 spells or skills, that's going to be a lot. So that's really fun. Raiding Party, when you damage the enemy nexus, grant the top ally in your deck 1/1. That's going to be some crazy scaling because you're dealing tons of damage to the enemy nexus. Also, just think with both of these, your Swain is going to level incredibly quickly. You get mana flow and extra starting mana. When you damage an enemy with a spell or a skill, deal the same amount to all other enemies as well. Holy shit, that is huge. Like, this is not just the first time in a round, right? It's just when you damage the enemy with a spell or skill. So just all of your spells and skills deal complete AoE damage, and you're getting massively improved spells and skills. That is insane. That's like every single card is board wipe. Also, note one thing they do with a lot of these is they like to give units, but they like to give you your extra damage in your constellation for spells you find. Like, just think about both Jinx as well as Vex. They both have all spells and skills you find have, like, for Jinx it's 2, with Vex it's 4 extra damage. So there's a high probability Swain gets that, and then you have extra damage built into your other modifiers. You're going to be having, like, you're the new king of removal if you get him to 6 stars. Like, also, you're going to have a crazy amount of control, because remember, Swain, when he's leveled, when he damages the enemy nexus, he stuns, like, the weakest enemy, I think. Since you're damaging the enemy nexus so much, you're just constantly stunning the entire enemy board. Dealing damage to multiple targets with a single spell multiplies the damage in every unit. I wonder if AoE gets dealt to everything. I mean, it should, because when you damage an enemy with a spell or skill, like every single time you damaging them, it should also be applying to all your others. Like Avalanche should be dealing like 2 to every unit, and then also like multiplied by every unit that's on the board, essentially. This is pretty crazy. I still don't mind the Viego or the Yasuo 6-star. I think it's still good, but this 6-star is insane. So the less enemy your Nexus has, the bigger the extra damage. Yes. Like, yeah, he's gonna absolutely dominate the enemy board, because you're just gonna get tons of damage, and then if your Swain is on the board, you're gonna have so much control from all of the stuns from just dealing damage to their Nexus. Yeah, he did just destroy Yasuo. Yeah, compared to the Yasuo 6-star, this is insane. Like, I think Yasuo 6-star is still fine. I think it's probably middle of the pack. Like, some people think it's terrible. I don't. I still think it's good, but the Swain 6-star seems insane. I'm still sad it's not Scion, but I've thought Swain would be cool for a while. That is... Also, you're going to have crazy scaling from Radiant Party. I swear to God, his deck is going to have one spell and one unit that the Nexus ping, the rest are Mord's package. Yes, it will somewhat come down to what we're playing, or like what his deck is. Alright, so we might look at that more later. Let's finish up this run and then go look at Swain himself, and then also his kind of what cards we could maybe expect to see. But Vicious Enemy, Frost Gathers. Yeah, we'll try to get through these ones a little bit faster and maybe deal some more with Lissandra later. Don't just have a terrible deck. Yeah. His 3-star might be weak. I mean, it's going to start off on the weaker side and then get stronger and stronger the tougher opponents you're going up against. Gonna have to wait till next month for Kale.
Targon's history is in each stone and star.
Yeah, I think the silhouette was terrible. Alright, so this is actually one we do need to write down for the messenger. The stupid Mountain Scryer is terrible. It is Swain. Swain is the new champion getting added. We're just finishing up our Lissandra run, and then we're gonna take a longer look at it. Oh look, Mordekaiser. I love how you can get Mordekaiser. Guess we could have killed Viego to get another summon effect. Yeah, Mountain Scryer is terrible. I do love Viego, and I love his build. It's so much fun. Alright. Get wrecked, doggos. Yes, Spain, the entire country just got added.
All this for her.
Oh, that will be fun. Also, we might have the patch notes drop later today. I think they're dropping tomorrow, but some people said they might be today, which would be fun. Titanic Wake. Awesome. Let's get rid of Possession. That needs to be fixed. Of course, we have Trundle. Again, we just faced him, but... Actually, Trundle with I Am Inevitable is pretty bad. I think they do have a lot of ways to damage their own units. That's kind of funny. Don't really care about most of these. Sure, that'll be good. And that's fine. Okay. I was hoping for something for our mists.
Time to troll.
Yeah, we're pretty much... We're gonna analyze fights more later. Right now, it's just like, let's absolutely destroy them. Take down notes still if we see something important. But then we're gonna go take a little bit more time to look at Swain. Because we'll actually bring up Swain himself. Compare him to what we're seeing in the star powers. It's so much. We're summoning so many units, and now it's 16 and 13.
I do this for us.
Oh, this is fantastic. Let's go here. Gambito 505. Thank you for the subscribe. I appreciate the support. Yeah, Trundle has a capture unit. For Trundle, though, he is one of the ones that we already... Holy shit, we're doing 157 damage. Oh, man. It's a lot. We already seen Swain. Yes, we looked at him, and we're going to do a little bit more of kind of a deep dive, or we're going to talk about that a lot more in a moment. We just have to murder Lissandra. And once we murder Lissandra, we're going to go look at it. But yes. Did you spend money to 6-star Viego? No, actually. Viego, I got his 6-star by beating Lissandra with Viego. There's one you get from the quest. So for Viego, no, I did not. Have I spent money for other champions? I mean, I haven't bought any 6-stars, but I bought a lot of the welcome bundles, and then I got one of the big $100 bundles. But no, the 6-star, I've not bought any 6-stars at the moment. I hope there's better ways to earn them, so I'm kind of holding off. This would kill that, which isn't as fun. Alright, they both should die from this. Yes, I saw they announced Swain. He looks amazing. I mean, this will give us all the stats and keywords, so might as well. Alright, so there's half of her health. Nice. Alright, we're probably going to get entombed. Okay, double frostbites. That's not terrible.
I do this for love.
It's so many. Oh, man. Alright, GG. See, oftentimes OP champions can get boring to play. I haven't gotten bored of Viego yet. Every time it's just like, this is so much fun. This is a blast.
I will take back what is mine. All of it.
All right, let's go to the deck builder. Let's look at Swain, because let's try to see if there's any combos that we're not really thought of. And then let's go look at what a starting deck for him might look like. All right, let's go over here. All cards. I mean, I should own pretty much everything, but all right, so let's take a look at Swain first. Infernal Swain. What does that even look like? I didn't even know this skin kind of existed. It's okay. Anyways. Alright, so 5 cost, 3/6, so it will take a little bit to get him on the board. Fearsome, Nexus Strike, deal 3 to the enemy Nexus. This technically doesn't say it's a skill, so this won't be increased by our powers, which if we look at over here, your first spell or skill each round deals extra damage. That's not really gonna apply here because it's not technically a skill. Yeah, Disciple of Shadows will probably be great to get him on the board earlier. When he levels though, like, you've dealt 14 non-combat damage, so anytime you're not blocking or attacking, anytime that combat isn't going on, that is what's going to be right here. So again, if we hop back over, we're going to be hopping back and forth a lot. All of these, like your spells and skills, as long as you're not doing this in combat, which is something you're going to want to focus on, you're going to try to be able to be attacking the enemy units before they are attacking you. Because you want to deal that non-combat damage, but all of this will trigger. So your first spell and skill deal extra damage. When a unit dies, deal 1 to the enemy Nexus. And remember, if you're using Disciple of Shadows, you could drop your Swain, kill all of your units, and they'll just be pinging the enemy Nexus for damage, which will be great. Because we have so many ways to damage the enemy Nexus, which goes into the raiding party. But when he is leveled, so he gets that Overwhelm, really nice. When you deal non-combat damage to the enemy Nexus, stun the strongest back row enemy. So the strongest unit that is not currently attacking. So pretty much anytime out of combat. And you're stunning the strongest enemy, not the weakest. So I got that wrong before, which is why we're looking at him, because I'm not super familiar with anyone not in Path of Champions. So every time you're pinging the enemy Nexus for damage, which is going to be fairly often, especially because every time you're killing a unit, you are dealing damage to the enemy Nexus from that 2-star. So every time that's going off, you're just stunning their strongest unit, which is going to be crazy. And the Nexus Strike deal 3 damage to all enemies and the enemy Nexus. So you have crazy AoE damage. I'm guessing this is what inspired their 6-star of when you deal damage to a unit, do it to all units or all enemy units. Really good. Ravenous Flock, this is a very fun and strong ability. So 1 cost, deal 4 to a unit if it's damaged or stunned. So you do have to set it up a little bit, but a 1 cost deal 4, and then remember, we head over here. The first spell or skill deals extra damage. So you could have it be a 1 cost that's doing way more than this. So you don't mind having extra copies of Swain. So getting Echoing Spirit on your Swain probably will be decent because you want to have your Swain. Getting extra copies of him would be solid. This is something that if they had, like Annie does, Elixir of Skill, so draw 1, if that is on this card, you 100% are wanting to run Echoing Spirit and potentially Grand General's Counterplan. Swain with Forest Fire in the starting deck, I mean, I doubt that, but I think it's called Wildfire, isn't it? Yeah, I don't... Oh, maybe I'm wrong too. Let's see. I thought it was a 1 cost. Is it not Noxus? Oh, Wildfire. Yeah. I guess I put a space there, maybe. So 2 cost, deal 1 to the enemy Nexus, increase by 1 for each other Wildfire you've played. I doubt this would be in your starting deck, but if it is, it'd be amazing. Just remember, it's back row, so it does not stop combat. That is very true. So you're going to want to be doing your spells and skills out of combat, but you're already going to be trying to do that. Yeah, Disciple of Shadows will be really good. Disciple of Shadows, Grand General's Counterplan, and Gatebreaker. Yeah, those all be pretty good. He's probably not going to have his boat. None of the champions have had their boat to draw them, so I highly doubt he'd have this either. Hopefully there's also new cards for his deck. We'll see. It was nerfed to 2? Okay, because yeah, I thought that it was a 1 cost, but is the Warning Shot Relic good on him? It can help you level up a little bit faster, but I think you're going to really be wanting to try to kill enemy units as much as possible. As far as some cards that he is probably going to have, I wouldn't be surprised if he had Saboteur, although we have seen this a lot. Actually, more likely than Saboteur, he's probably going to have... Where are you? This one right here. Imperial Demolitionist. Deal 1 to an ally to deal 2 to an enemy. So a way to damage one of your own units, potentially kill them, but you're actually fine with that, and deal damage to the enemy Nexus. This one will probably, I would guess, be in his deck. Jinx Relic should be fun. Yeah, that would be... See, the Jinx Relic I find very boring, but yeah, the Jinx Relic wouldn't be bad. So probably this card, I would guess, will be in there. Maybe Legion Grenadier, even though it's not a spell or skill. I feel like this could just be another generic card they're probably going to throw in there. I could see the Spellslinger, which would actually be fine, even though this is in like 2 other decks. Like I think this is both Jin as well as Annie. Having a way to stun a unit, so with Swain, his champion spell can then hit them and deal that 4 damage. I think there's a decent chance Spellslinger will be in there. I wouldn't be surprised if they did Arachnoid Sentry, but I kind of would hope they wouldn't. But if they do, it's okay. But yeah, I hope not. But I could see them doing that. Death's Hand is very likely. I mean, it's literally Swain. And this one would be really good to deal damage both to an enemy unit and the Nexus. This would deal like everything you want it to do. And then the other one, Noxian Fervor, like you can even see this is his, like both these cards, you see the 6-star there and the 2-star. Hopefully both of these will be spells in Swain's deck, because I mean they literally both have Swain on them. Like, I think that's probably what's going to happen. Grand General's counter plan won't be the best if there's no items on Swain. So yeah, generating this every round, I won't go for it unless this is in his champion deck and it has, like, especially draw 1 on it. So it's kind of the same thing that Annie has with her Disintegrate. If they do that, then Grand General's counterplan is not bad. Pretty much any time your champion spell has created cards or draw a card, then using Grand General's counterplan for it is pretty good. Despite not being the Vision, he won't have Vision in his deck. Yeah, I kind of doubt it. Let's actually... Alright, let's just look at what we think will probably be in there. Alright, so 2 copies of Swain, obviously. I think there's a decent chance for the Saboteur to be in there. I think there's a much higher chance for there to be the Demolitionist. Okay chance for the Grenadier. Okay chance for the Spellslinger. Same with Sentry, although I hope it's not, to be honest. Even though I'm sure it'd be a good card. We've just seen this one too many times. The Prefect is actually possible. Same with Thorn of the Rose. And the same with Greyback. There's a lot of these that I really just hope aren't in there. There is Vision, but I doubt this is... Like, it is Swain, but this is more of like a Scion card. But yeah, the Noxian Fervor and the other spell... Did I already add it? Why am I not seeing Death's Hand? Am I blind? It's not called Death's Hand? Oh, it's the oh, right. Right, okay, right, that changes things. I would kind of hope... So this is his champion spell. I would hope it would be in his starting deck, because that way he can get items. All right, so 18, I think that's normally the amount of cards you get. Blade's Edge and Culling Strike are interesting. I think you'd probably stay away from the Culling Strike because it's not technically going off of damage. Blade's Edge is one that it's like maybe. Because it's a very simple spell. I don't really think they would. But yeah, it's another one's like maybe. Yeah, they normally add like one expensive card in there too. This technically isn't a skill, but City Breaker is possible. So let's add a couple of those as a maybe. Is there these 4 or 5 costs that we really think they'd want to put in Swain's deck? I mean, the Bloodseeker, this is a skill. Deal 1 to an ally and 1 to an enemy 4 times. I could see this one in there. The Bloodseeker? I doubt he has Shunpo in his opening deck. I think that's too good for them to add in there. I think the Bloodseeker is a maybe. Or the Captain, potentially. Yeah, I added 1 copy of Captain. Or actually, no. Don't want 3 copies. Yeah, 2 copies of the Captain. I could see that maybe being his, like, big top-end card. Broadmain. I don't... That's the one I think you're talking about. I don't think they would add that. But I think that'd be... Oh, no, I was thinking of Razormane. This would be fun, though. Nexus Strike, curse your opponent with Ichor. It's kind of silly. Alright, so let's look at some of the cards. I feel like Blade's Edge is a possibility. I think it's a little bit on the lower side. Same with Legion Saboteur. I think this is in too many other decks. I think they probably wouldn't add this one, but again, it is a spell or a skill. Ravenous Flock, this is his champion spell. I hope they add it because I would love for this to get some items on it to just further incentivize like Grand General's Counterplan and Echoing Spirit. So I hope this is in the starting deck. Imperial Demolitionist. I think this one is fairly likely because I think it just fits really well with Swain. You have a damaging skill. And this is one that's not really used in, I think, any starting deck. Yeah, I don't think this is in any starting deck. I kind of doubt they'll give us Ravenous Flock as well. This is very much one of just like, they've done it before. Maybe they do it again. Grenadier, I think this is kind of just another like generic card they'd probably throw in. They throw it in very often. It's just another like 2-drop. It'd be cool to have some Crimson units too, but doubtful to be more than one. Yes, and they do this fairly often, like in the Darius deck. They also throw in some of the Crimson units. So some of the like 2 to 3 drops would be a maybe as just another generic one. Same with like the Mana Soul Student. And like the Iron Ballista, again, it's just a very generic unit they might throw in. Okay, here are the 2 costs. So play, deal 1 to an ally, grant it 1 power and overwhelm. Or I think the more likely one, which they've used before, but they do like reusing cards. The Crimson Disciple. To, when I survive, damage, deal 1 to the enemy Nexus. Again, a possibility. The Sentry, I really hope they don't do this one, especially because it kind of fulfills the same purpose as Spellslinger. But I could see them adding it, but I hope not. Death's Hand and Noxian Fervor. I don't know if we'll get both of these, but I feel like it's 100% that we're going to get at least one of them. Probably won't get both. I could see them giving us Noxian Fervor because we already have Death's Hand in like 3 other decks. But it is a really good card. So just having this one would also be fine. Death Lotus could be pretty fun as well. I don't know if they would go for that, because also it kind of goes against what you want to do for Swain, because it's battling units, and for Swain you want to be dealing damage outside of battling. So it's a little bit anti-synergistic with your kit. But it could be definitely interesting. I guess I should actually... Sure, let's just say that. Just slightly adjusting the title. But you want your units to die, though? Yeah, you're not opposed to killing your own units. That's why things like Noxian Fervor works out well for you, and the Imperial Demolitionist. That one's also fine. You don't care if your own units die, because that's triggering your second star power, so that's okay. And so Death Lotus, it does work for that aspect of it, but it is still very much battling units. Everything else you're doing is not about battling units. Doesn't Swain's 6-star go infinite? When you damage an enemy with a spell or skill, deal the same amount to all other enemies as well. No, because this is a star power. So when you damage someone with it, then the star power is going to do damage, but the damage of the star power isn't going to get duplicated. So just the damage of the spell or skill will get duplicated onto all the other units. But yeah, this isn't going to count. Yeah, so this isn't going to just, as soon as you do any damage, it's just going to keep multiplying forever. That is not how that's supposed to work. Because otherwise it's play a spell, win the game, essentially. Because it's just, yeah, gonna kill everything. So no, that should not go infinite. But yeah, you're totally fine with your units dying because of this right here, which I do like. I like that this is just all units, because obviously you're going to focus on enemy units, but that's still solid. City Breaker, the damage it's doing is not a spell or a skill, but I could see them adding this in as something that's like, it works for you, it works for your level up condition, and it's kind of just a generic card for them to throw in because they don't want to make things too good. I could see them doing this one. By the way, against Lissandra, if you have her HP, your spells will deal 10 extra damage. Yeah, that's the thing. Your star powers are going to scale so well into tougher encounters. Swain's old lab deck. I'll look at that in a moment. These two, normally when they're building a deck, they'll add in one pretty expensive card that often we cut, to be honest. I could see it being the Basilisk, because solid card, it has a skill that's going to deal a lot of damage, both to your units and the enemy units. So even if it kills your own unit, that's fine. Also, the Captain, I could see them throwing this one in as well. You play him, you get 2 decimates. I could see either of these functioning as that more expensive unit. I definitely could see that. Let's see. Import from clipboard. Okay, imported deck. Let's take a look. Okay, so he had Blade's Edge, Legion Saboteur, Legion Drummer, Legion Grenadier, Death's Hand, Iron Ballista, City Breaker, and Bloodseeker. Okay, so pretty close to what we expected. Yeah, the Legion Drummer is just another one of those generic ones. I kind of hope they replace this. I mean, hopefully they update this, but this is kind of what we were thinking, with some generic cards, couple removal. So yeah, this is probably what we're going to be looking at, something similar to this and the one we made. Legion Drummer is so redundant. Yes, I hope we get rid of that. I hope they give us other better. Like, I get that they don't want all the cards to be super synergistic and they all have spells or skills, so they all are just like a perfect synergy for Swain. But I hope they give us something a little bit better than the Legion Drummer. Like, Spellslinger would be better. Demolitionist would be really nice. I mean, House Spider's used in a lot of decks, and Crimson Disciple. This is used in like one other deck, like I think just the Darius. I wouldn't mind seeing that again, to be honest. Or even the Aristocrat. I think there's a lot of better ones. Yeah, Spellslinger would definitely be better than the Legion Drummer. This would be a lot better. Even something like Glory Seeker or Hopeful as just another like generic Noxian card, I would prefer over the Drummer, to be honest. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they kept the Basilisk. And that could be fine as a solid high cost unit that we're probably going to cut, but could be fun. All right, let's read through these one more time and just make sure I didn't miss everything. So your first spell or skill each round deals 1 extra damage for 5 health the enemy nexus is missing. So the one problem is when you first start the game, essentially this is going to do nothing. Because it says 1 damage for each 5 health the enemy nexus is missing. It doesn't say deals 1 extra damage and then like an additional 1 for every 5 health. So round 1, your star power is actually doing nothing until you've actually damaged the enemy nexus. So it's a bit of an interesting one, but I mean like round 1, hopefully you can get an attack in. Like you should be able to get this activated fairly quickly. Ledros is going to carry hard if you get him. Yeah, dropping Ledros will give you tons of extra damage for your star powers. Yeah, the 1 and the 3 costs do nothing at the start of the game. Because this one is the same thing. Your first 3 spells or skills deal 1 extra damage for each 5 enemy or health the enemy nexus is missing. So again, you just have to get into the game a little bit, which he does seem to be very strong. And your second star power is going to help you get that damage in. So even if you can't hit it with your units, just killing the enemy units will help you be able to get that. So possibly with Swain, you might have a little bit of a struggle in the beginning, especially up against like a Lissandra, where you're struggling to kill the enemy units and you're struggling to hit the Nexus. And so you're struggling to get your star powers online. That is something that you might run into, so we should be aware of that. I wish the 3-star is both Nexus are missing. That would be interesting if you had also counted in your Nexus as well, so the weaker you get, you're actually going to do more damage. That would be an interesting thing to add. Raiding Party, though, this should be pretty fun as just a way to keep scaling you up throughout the entire course of the game. Mana flow, very simple and basic. And then when you damage an enemy with a spell or a skill, deal the same amount to all other enemies as well. So yeah, if you hit them with a board-wide spell like an Avalanche, that should be hitting them all and then hitting them all for every time it hit one of their units. So that should be pretty crazy. I think that's probably how it should work. But like, imagine this and you get the Vex power every time you kill an enemy unit. With a spell or a skill, it deals 4 damage to the Nexus. That is going to be insane. Yeah, that's going to be really good. Ludens and Dreadway. Yeah, going for Swain and then going for Gatebreaker plus either 1 or 2 Riptide batteries. That could actually be insane. Let's go look at Swain in the context of relics. So we've looked at his deck and what we might see. Let's go and just look at relics. Skies Descend on Swain. Yes, that'd be hilarious. All right, so I think one thing that would be fun All right, so Swain is a 5 cost, which means you're actually going to completely fill the stack with your cannon barrages. But you play Swain, he hits the enemy nexus, triggering Plunder, and then he does the Riptide batteries. So this is going to do 10 skills, because these count as skills, deal 2 to a unit. Every single time this is hitting a unit, it is then hitting all of them. So it doesn't matter if you get lucky with where they go, because it's still hitting everyone. Because, yeah, we look at his effect. When you damage an enemy with a spell or a skill, this is going to do massive. So I think this is going to be a fun, rare relic only build for Swain if you just drop him and he nukes everything. So that will be something to look out for. That will be definitely fun. Going for just a normal Luden's Tempest, that'll be fine. Did you say where Swain goes in the 6-star importance yet? I mean, it's... For one, we don't know the layout of it, so we don't know how hard it's going to be to get there. Samurai Panda, or Samurai Panda, with just some eyes in there. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate the support. Swain's 6-star seems pretty good. I would say it's definitely up there with some of the ones like Ash, Talia, Misfortune. Yeah, we'll see, but it's definitely one of the ones I'm the most impressed with. We probably need to check his deck and items first to say whether it's important to get into 6 stars. Yeah, I'm not making any like definitive points yet, because obviously a lot's going to change once we see the starting deck and the layout of the constellations. And also remember, in your constellations, you get a bunch of other upgrades as well. So even though we're seeing the 6-star and like, yeah, there's some great things in here, we don't know what other effects we're going to get. Because we go and look at like Jinx in her constellation, damaging spells you acquire in adventures have charging sigil. And like Vex has this, except it's 4 extra damage. There's a decent chance we get this on Swain, so just all of your spells you pick up are dealing extra damage. And this isn't listed in his star powers, this is just an upgrade in the constellation. So something like this could really affect how good Swain is. So that's, like, remember, we still don't know nearly how strong he's going to be, because these constellations affect a lot. But yeah, as far as relics, Spellweavers will probably be fun. Let's actually quickly go and check that out again. I know Noxus has a lot of good ones. Alright, so now we're just looking at Noxus and their 2-cost spells to kind of consider whether or not Spellweavers will be good on Swain. So, Apprehend, stun an enemy, that's fine. Deal 1 to an allied follower. If it survives, create a copy of it in hand. Fine. Blood Brothers, fine. Death Lotus, not bad. Wouldn't be bad to pick this up. Disintegrate, Entrancing Lure, Hunt the Weak. Man, there's actually not that many good things in here. Salt and Stitches, Weapon Hilt, Transfusion, and Wildfire. Yeah, a lot of your removal spells are 3 cost. So, yeah, I don't think Spellweavers is actually that good for Noxus. Yeah, we want more damaging spells. For Samira, it works because you just want to play any spell for free. Yeah, so I don't think we want to go Spellweavers on Swain. So that's something to... Wildfire will go hard, but we're not necessarily going to get that lucky. Alright, so I think Spellweavers is out. Let's just go through all of them. Chosen by the Stars. I would say no. I mean, like, these are good effects. Probably not. Yeah, triple Gatebreaker Swain's not going to do a lot of damage because it's giving you that -1. Death's Foil, this isn't bad. 1 extra damage and making sure your Swain can always attack, because Swain has a very strong attack effect of if he hits the Nexus, doing a bunch of damage. So Death's Foil is possible. Disciple of Shadows, I think this is going to be very good. You get your Swain on the board early. This damage is going to count, at least it should count, for leveling him up. Triple Gatebreaker Viego does work, by the way. Yes, it does. Actually, I need to check one more thing with Swain. You've dealt 14 non-combat damage. So this is just damage overall, and this is what I was checking for Disciple of Shadows. It's not damage to enemies, it's just damage. So dealing damage to your own units counts 100% for this. So yeah, Disciple of Shadows is going to be very good because you're dealing 3 damage to all of your units. That's going to level Swain up incredibly quickly. And like, yeah, you're benefiting from both sides of this, getting him on the board early, and then also dealing damage, or yeah, leveling him up. So Disciple of Shadow is going to be very good. Portal Pals, I think it'd be okay. I don't feel like going to look at the Noxus 7 or more cost champions or units at the moment, but there's probably better things you want to pick up. At least whatever you're dropping would get 5 cost reduction from your Swain, but I think there's better things. Gatebreaker, you guys... Gatebreaker reduces your power by 1. So while running a Gatebreaker is fine, like running 2 or 3, like Swain does not have that high of a power threshold or attack. So I don't think you want to run a lot of Gatebreakers on Swain. Like, it would count for his power, yes, but I don't think stacking Gatebreakers is the play. Does Impact count as the card doing Nexus damage? Nexus Strike. Oh, that's what you're saying. Okay, that is what you're saying. Okay. That is why Gatebreaker would be solid. Yes. So Swain has his effect of Nexus Strike, deal damage to the enemy Nexus, or if he's leveled, deal damage to the enemy Nexus and the enemy board. So throwing on a Gatebreaker and then maybe throwing on like a stat stick so that it does more damage, that could actually work. Yeah, if you had 2 of them, if you had 2 Gatebreakers, Swain would go down to 1 power, which would be bad, but it's going to hit the Nexus twice, and then each one of them would also do that 3 damage. Yeah. But I think that kind of adds more value to going for the Gatebreaker and double Riptide. I think this is actually going to be very fun on Swain. I think this is going to be very good. By the way, if I see you not slam your hand on the desk when Swain levels, I'm going to be disappointed. I don't want to break my desk. It was expensive. I'm also going to play Swain a lot. Don't want to do it every single time. Empire above all. Alright, so yeah, Gatebreaker with that Nexus Strike, that is a good call. That is pretty good. I do think Riptide batteries will be solid. Let's keep trying to go through. Echoing Spirit, I think, will be good. Making sure you draw your Swain will be important. His champion spell is a 1 cost, so it'll go down to a 0 cost, and it's a solid removal spell. So Echoing Spirit, I think, has value. Fear Cleaving Axe, I think in the context of Swain, it's just a slightly better Rage Blade, so no. Found Fortune, this is pretty much 100% going to be down to his starting deck and what card he gets in there. If he gets a really good card, like he has a really solid removal spell, maybe. Outside of that situation, probably don't want to play Found Fortune. Yeah, the Grand General's counterplan is literally his relic. I'll just go buy a desk, a cheap desk, and then just film myself absolutely smashing it. Full build, I mean, it's full build. It's like fine on everyone, but that's about it. Icon, you're probably not going to have any elemental spells or skills, so that's going to be a no. Lux's Incandescent Baton, unless you had a really crazy 2 cost or less that you wanted to draw at game start, that is probably going to be a no. Portal Accelerator, no. Oath, good on everyone. I don't think there's going to be really any crazy synergies, but I mean, it's Oath, it's fine. Ravenous Flock is going to be in the deck and probably going to have incredible items in the Constellation. I hope so. I really, really do. I like his champion spell. I want it to get items. Packed Powder, this has potential because I have 1/1 for each different round you've damaged the enemy Nexus. You're going to damage the enemy Nexus probably, well, like, you're going to try to do it every single round. So this is going to give you good scaling and good cost reduction. You're going to activate this consistently. Packed Powder is potentially going to see play with Swain. Portal Pals, probably not. I mean, it's fine, but let's just, yeah. Starforged, yes. Swain, I think, has 6 health, so you could easily run Starforged Gauntlets. Secret Technique, very unlikely. You're probably not going to have any way to benefit from this, so I'm going to say no. Shock and Awe, I think this is going to be similar to Jin, where it's like, can you technically use this and benefit from it? Yes. But you're probably not going to have enough 1-drops to really make it worth it. Kind of disappointed his powers did not lean more into the Ravens. Yeah. Packed Powder is pretty good. Maybe we'll use triple Plunder Relics. Yes. Potentially Packed Powder and at least like another one, Scourge's Stash, to get him down to a 1-drop has potential. Or you could go Packed Powder plus Disciple of Shadows and try to get him out for free that way. He could have the buff items on a spell for Secret Technique. Possibly, but I think Secret Technique is very unlikely. Spectral Scissors, so more power. Support, if my support ally is a follower. Summon exact copy of attacking. Unless you just need a stat relic, I kind of doubt we're going to use Spectral Scissors. I don't think it's likely. Yeah, I don't think we're going to run this. Spell Weavers, we already looked at it. The breakdown of the spells you're going to get, not very good for Swain. There's like almost no damage in spells in there. Spirit of the Buru, this was one that would be funny if you paired it with double Plunder Relics. You get Swain down to be a 1 cost, and so he gets all of these. It's not really needed, but it would be funny. So if you wanted to do that, you could. Starforged, like we mentioned, you'd be able to trigger this easily on your Swain to start at 3 mana, which then you could get up to 4 mana with his Constellation. Not bad. So Papara, thank you for the follow. I appreciate the support. The Strength of Stone, 2 power, or 2 health. Power, when you summon an ally, grant it 1 power and formidable. Wouldn't be the worst thing ever for Swain, but probably not going to want to use this. Fury procs the Nexus Strike effect. Fury procs from the Nexus Strike effect. Interesting. You mean when he levels, if he kills all the units with that? Swain with his glove and the gauntlet is one of... This isn't Swain's, right? I don't think that's Swain's. Yeah, I don't think... I mean, it's even called Jarum's Fist. So unless that's the demon he made a pact with. Yeah. But yeah, going for it. Starforged. Valuable. Probably going to end up using that, to be honest. Beast Within, if you wanted units to have Overwhelm, I'm sure it'd be solid. Arcane Comment is interesting because you're obliterating a unit. You're not technically dealing damage to it. So it doesn't actually work out that well for your Swain. So you're probably going to move away from Arcane Comment. Archangel Staff, simple, straightforward, a solid rare relic. Warhammer, I mean, if you need stats. Duplicator will be interesting and could be very fun. With Swain, you might end up being a little bit more of a later game champion because you scale with Nexus health. New Runeterra video up. All right, one moment. Let's take a look at this.
1138, executive producer for Legends Runeterra.
And I'm Tyler Morgan, also known as Riot Dirtle, senior game designer for Legends of Runeterra.
Today we're doing the first of our series of dev snapshots, which we plan on doing every few months to make sure our community feels heard and informed.
Today's Tuesday, May 28th, so anything that happens after this date won't be covered here because we can't predict the future.
Now let's talk about the lore button in the League client. It went out on May 15th, and we saw initial positive growth on that day, and then since then, it's settled into a healthy, sustained amount of new players, as well as bringing back many players who had fallen off playing lore.
Nice.
Now, however, we never expected the button to be transformational to our game's trajectory, with the Oceania test that we ran late last year giving us good guidance on expectations. The wider deployment has performed well, living up to those expectations, but we still have work to do.
All right.
Constellations was released on May 22nd, and we're really happy with your response. We're digesting all the feedback you've given us. Now, first, on the positive side, we're excited by the player reception, as evidenced by the huge increase in game hours that you all have put into the game. And that's really exciting because it's coming off the excitement of the Dreamlit Paths expansion. So first, a lot of people with Dreamlit Paths, and then even more hours with Constellation. We're also really grateful for the support you've shown this team by wading through and picking up those release day bundles. Now we'll continue to iterate and improve
stuff.
both on our event quests and these bundle offerings. But your participation with the release of the Constellations feature gives us confidence that we've made a first good step. We've also heard you, though, about improvements we can make to the system, especially the clarity of these systems. Now, we know we introduced a lot of new features, mechanics, and currencies. Now, we know you have concerns about the time and effort it takes to earn some of these resources, especially the region-based star crystals and nova crystals.
Okay.
Now, while we don't have current plans to make large adjustments to the region-based aspect of the system, we are going to implement ways for you to target the regions you most want, as well as ensure you have clear ways to earn healthy amounts of star crystals overall.
Any details?
You'll see us release these in the latter half of the year. In addition, we're also looking to improve the champion roster page. We know that right now, the experience can add a little more confusion than clarity. Now, this is on our radar, and we're working to implement a better way to present that information.
So
although, pause. The latter half of the year, we are in the 6th month. So, like, we're already over halfway through the year. But yeah, that they're probably going to do it like November, December. So that kind of sucks.
Constellations are out. We're looking at giving you a pretty steady content cadence of bringing new content to Path, as well as giving existing champions constellations. The first of those is going to be Yasuo. After that, we're going to be bringing Pike back, giving him a constellation, as well as giving a small update to his star powers as well.
You knew this was coming.
Okay,
5.6 will also bring Swain to Path of Champions, both as a champion with a constellation, as well as a boss. We're taking Swain out of...
Wait, he's being a boss?
Vi's story adventure, buffing up all of his powers and encounters.
40 champion fragments. So 5 stars. New adventure, yeah. Okay, so new Swain adventure. We have 5 rewards at the moment.
And adding him to the world map for everyone to fight. So Swain is our first shot at a hard mode of an adventure, taking an existing adventure, increasing the difficulty, and making it something that everyone can play against in order to give you all more content that can stand up to your new 6-star champions. In addition to this, we're also planning to expand weekly adventures, adding new difficulties of them that will be a better match for your Constellation champions, as well as giving you access to exciting new rewards like Star Crystals.
So Star Crystals from weeklies, and there's probably going to be just like 1, maybe 2 extra adventure from weeklies that are going to be like 5 or 6 stars.
On the PvP front, we're still tracking champion win rates and have some plans for nerfs to several of Elder Dragon's best friends, as well as some buffs to spirit cards that didn't perform as well as we'd hoped. On top of that, Elder Dragon will be rotating during our August 1st rotation. So we'll have additional updates led by Paolo, another game designer on our team, to provide additional context on PvP. That's all for now.
Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you all in the next Dev Snapshot.
Okay, so it seems like we're going to be getting that adventure seemingly in the next patch. So new like 5-star adventure hard mode that gave us 40 champion fragments. That will be big. At the moment, it just showed 5 rewards, but a new adventure this next patch, potentially, that is really big. And then we're also getting Swain, and they said we're getting Pike. That's probably next patch. And, like, that's going to be awesome. Check out Runeterra Report. Alrighty. Let's see what he has to say. Alright, so Elder Dragon will be rotated, yeah. The Emporium is getting a new button in the Path of Champions page. Okay, that is nice. That seems to be about it. All right, but that is solid. The fact that in this adventure, or in this next patch, we are getting a new hard mode adventure. So the fact that that's immediately coming out. And then it is a little sad that they kind of do, they always tell us what they're planning without giving us any details. So like, oh, there's going to be ways for you to target regions you want, but that's not coming till like the end of the year. So that kind of sucks. I like that they announced that they're doing Pike. That is fantastic, but again, that one will probably be next week. At least it seems like we know we're getting Yasuo, we know we're getting Swain, we're getting a new Swain adventure. So that is big, and that should be... That seems like that one is coming this next patch. Like, I think I'm gonna go watch that again.
Now, while we don't have Chris in the latter half of the year, in addition, we're also looking to improve the champions on our radar, and we're working to
giving you a pretty steady content. The first of those is going to be a small update to his star powers as well.
You knew this was coming.
5.6 will also bring Swain to Path of Champions.
5.6, that's, yeah, the next patch.
Both as a champion with a constellation, as well as a...
So yeah, they said 5.6 will bring him both as a champion and as a boss. So this next patch, we are getting the Swain adventure. So we're getting both of them from, or in this next patch. That is going to be awesome. So we're getting 2 champions, we're getting an adventure, and if this is what the content cadence is going to be like, where every single patch, we know we're getting new constellations. If they're also consistently adding in a new champion to the roster, as well as updating champion, giving us an adventure every couple updates, That's going to be good. Yeah, the Yasuo constellation looks interesting. It's a big circle. I wonder if there'll be a bundle with an epic to go with it. Yes, I do. I personally hope that there's a bundle so we can try to level up, especially Swain, very quickly. I don't really care about Yasuo, but a Swain bundle I actually would like. Yeah, they didn't say anything about legend levels. I think they're probably going to let that sit again like they did last time, where they let it sit for like a couple months, because I think they want to catch up all the newer players or have them not feel too far behind. I mean, the bundles aren't bad. I don't mind the bundles. Yes, it's Swain, not Scion. It's like, I personally wanted Scion, but Swain looks really fun, so I'm not complaining. So yeah, they're adding new ways to do constellations. They said they know that the champion area is terrible, so they're going to be updating the UI because this is a mess. New adventure, that's going to be big. Brand new champion. We're getting Pike. That's going to be probably next month. But a lot of what they've said is all really good. Everything's looking up for the game overall. Yeah, new 5-star adventure is huge. It will be very interesting to see how they target difficulty. Because Lissandra, some of them are fun to deal with. Some of the fights in there are frustrating. Lissandra's power, the anti-spam power, is incredibly annoying. I hate it. Lissandra would feel so much better if it didn't have that power. So we'll see what they've learned from the Lissandra adventure and if they're able to improve on it. Yeah, Noxus will probably have a lot of Nexus ping. Having sustain will probably be very good. Yeah, they should have learned from the Lissandra feedback. People were seriously complaining on Twitter about only 2 champs. I'm just like, this is less than a month after the largest update we've had. This is great. Yeah, I was the same way. Like, I expected this next patch to be relatively small because, yeah, the Constellation update was huge. I did not expect us to get an adventure already. I thought we'd get an adventure next month. So that is massive. That's, yeah, really good. So the update kind of got revealed, but we don't have patch notes yet. The 5-star Swain adventure boss fight, he has his own power. He's going to wipe our board constantly. That would be insane. Remember the riders watching you in their office? Yes, I think about that very often. That is going to be really good. Is there anything I'm missing from that video? I think we covered everything. He probably reused his suffer power. All of your units take 3 extra damage. Back when I was streaming the last patch, I was on like one of the main screens in the Riot office that people were watching. Kill all damaged units? Maybe. What do you think will be the sub-boss in the Swain adventure? Swain isn't... Is Swain the boss anywhere? Where's the Swain adventure right now? In the Vi story? Let's go and play through this and let's think about what's going on. This stream is kind of just all over the place today. Let's go for high education. We'll blast through some of these. Okay. Lore, that's fine. I mean, we're still talking about Swain. No, I have my fun relics. I love this build. This is like the best Vi build. This build is like fantastic.
You won't get past me.
How can I help?
Okay, ready.
Sneaky first.
We'll use that next round. That's fine.
They got past me.
Yeah, this build is fun for monthlies.
Who's ready to wreck it?
I don't need a trouble. Coming at ya.
So this is just the story adventure turned into a 5 hard mode adventure. We don't know if we don't know how much it's going to be based on this adventure, but that's kind of what we're looking through at what's going on.
I'm on it.
Especially Swain the boss himself is what we're kind of going to look at.
Cut him down.
Come on.
This is going to help us level.
Coming to save the day. Or wreck it.
I just kind of want to see what the adventure plays like. So the power right now, though, is players' damaged units can't block and pick their bones clean. Each round, the foe summons a unit, grant it impact.
Face meet fist. Ah, did that sound right? Boom.
So they're taking at least Swain the boss and
Stands for victory.
building a adventure around it, but who knows how much of this exact adventure is what it's going to be. Let's take a moment.
The boss. We're taking Swain out of Vi's story adventure,
Yep,
buffing up all of
Vi.
his powers and encounters, and adding him to the world map for everyone to fight. So Swain is our first shot.
Okay, so they do say taking him out of Vi, buffing up all the encounters. So yeah, they are taking this story, seems like the same encounters, and they're just making them all more difficult. Sure. So it does seem like this will be actually the same thing. Interesting. Those modifiers.
Bringing new.
Let's see. Do. Yeah, one of them is.
Buffing up all.
So those are the two ones. The one is like the wailing mists, howling mists. We've seen those two. Let's. Actually. This is a very ADHD stream right now. Mist wraiths, right. Let's try to see if we can find that one modifier anywhere. I don't know if it was in this set of monthlies. I don't really remember. We've seen it before, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't think it was this set of monthlies that we saw it. especially that first one where they're like on the desk. Check the website with powers. I forget what that website is offhand, to be honest. But if you find a link to it, and especially if you find that power, definitely let me know. Yeah, I don't think it was this month. But we'll just quickly finish out here. All right, so not here. But I don't see these powers here. Okay, so they don't have it on that website. And some powers use the same icon. So even if we found one that used that icon, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to be finding the right one. All right, so let's look at some of these modifiers, though, because they say they are using the same encounters. So, like, for this one, the player's damage units can't block. Honestly, that could be the same. Because that can be a mod. Like, what they'll probably do is just add more things to damage your units. So, that's probably going to stay the same. Game start, all players summon a Mana Soul student. This is probably just going to be the enemy summons a Mana Soul student, or maybe the enemy summons like 2 Mana Soul students, and just not benefiting the player at all. For this one, when the foe summons a Legion Marauder, summon a Legion Marauder into the foe's deck. I mean, this might be like game start, the foe summons a Legion Marauder. And then this is a modifier that, while it might not be that difficult, they might give like the Legion Marauder Shadow Totem, so it summons another ephemeral copy, just to make this one much more of a pain. Also giving this maybe like quick attack. Let's go up here to cut a card. It is going to be interesting, though, playing through this and seeing how this changes. They could add more fights. Borrow from the Tam fight. All right, Patrol Wardens. Let's get rid of that. And this. Oh, sorry. So much switching. Oh, it's because of the higher education. I was like, why is our guy so massive? That's fine. Let's drop this one. Didn't really draw something to help us. Okay.
I learned that in class. Let's get through.
So we won't have Vi for this attack.
Get him.
Ready? Aim. I've got us covered.
One girl wrecking crew.
Why they not post anything on their YouTube channel? We don't have X, you know. They often do post stuff on YouTube. They just often do it a little bit slower, to be honest.
The prettier the rose, the sharper the thorns.
I guess we could have played Misfortune before. Wasn't really paying attention to what ability she had.
Still got a sweet tooth for bad cops. Make it interesting for me.
That was very nice.
Happy to do whatever's needed.
They did post 13 minutes ago. Yeah, they normally do post on their YouTube. It's just a little bit slow. I wonder if we will get the patch notes today.
Did that sound right?
All right, so this one, GG.
That's how we do things
So
in Bilgewater.
pretty hyped. Today's been a very good day. There's a lot. Glad to hear from their video that LOR has grown a ton after the constellations. I mean, I don't know if I'd say a ton, but the button, the constellations, all of that is definitely helping. That sounds fun. Let's go ahead and cut that. Broad main, when the foe plays a skill, grant their strongest unit 1 power. So they'd maybe upgrade this, like when the foe plays a skill, grant their strongest unit like 4 power and overwhelm, maybe, as a way to make this a lot more difficult. And then the other adventure down here, round start, deal 1 to all units, then grant the foe's units 1 power. I mean, maybe they would do it where it's like grant all units formidable and then deal damage to all units and grant the foe's units like 3 power. They said the game hours increased a lot. I mean, that was people grinding through all the quests they added. So that was actually, I think, less about the constellations and more the fact that, hey, there's a ton of adventures that now have rewards again. Like, that's going to get a lot of people to play. Yeah, it's inflation due to the new quests. New players due to the button and more playtime due to people farming the quests. Now, if they can keep the pace up, that'd be fine. Keep the player base engaged. Yes, I think this update is going to be great. Is a great step towards that. All right, let's go for broad main. Maybe just add a repeat this 2 more times. I mean, as long as they keep quests coming, and like a lot of the quests they added, they were repeatable. They said like they would come back in like 4 weeks or whatever, like refreshes in like 4 to 5 weeks. So yeah, it's possible. Let's go for our Crackshot Corsair to guarantee our Nexus damage.
In range. Captain's orders. Bullet to the
One girl wrecking crew.
We just need grindable, repeatable adventures. If they're concerned about play hours,
impetus behind you.
monthly-ish refreshers on some adventure rewards would be nice. And that's... They did that with some quest rewards, not adventures, which still would be nice. Yeah, let's just let our Vi hit this. Yeah, that's fine.
Am I under arrest again? Sometimes I think you like being in cuffs.
It's weird that they have interactions, because I feel like they never would meet, but... yeah, let's go ahead and get our plunder damage off. I think last week I saw a set of new quests, not this week though. Well, we get at least a new gold
I've brought my book. Hope that's all right.
vault every week, which is nice. Maybe just repeat this 2 more times. Oh, for the Red as Her Lips power? Possibly, yeah, I could see that.
I don't need a plan.
Where were the new announcement reveals? One moment, I will... There you go. GG. I always look at the official website, and that's always the wrong place. Yeah, going on Twitter or X and following them is normally kind of the better thing to do. You can also follow the Runeterra Report. He does a pretty good job of putting all the news on his channel as well. Let's see. Don't really care. Sure. Yeah, it's fine. Let's actually get rid of the super cool star chart. All right, Jin.
In carnage I bloom like a flower in the dawn.
Yeah, let's actually... This is another... This is someone on Twitter that posts good... follows up with the news pretty well. So that is another person you can follow if you want. Also, I'm on Twitter as well, or X, but I usually use it to keep up with the news, not as much of posting things myself. Although I do post things occasionally.
Finger on the captain's orders. Bullet to the face.
So we do not have our Vi. Fantastic. Today's quest line should reward 2 Silver Star vessels, 500 Stardust, 10 Wild Fragments, 1 Gold Vault, and 1 Minor Gemstone, according to a post on Reddit 2 weeks ago. Huh. Well, it'll be nice to know if that actually happens. Still no Vi, and we don't have our card to draw Vi. Alright, still no. Good thing we have a lot of draw, though. Yes, we are getting Swain. That's kind of what we've been talking about for the past, like, hour at this point. And that's why we're going through this adventure, because this is the Swain adventure that they are updating. Because we're not only getting him as a unit, or as a champion, we're also getting him as a boss.
Take one.
Rude. Yes, he'll have his 6-star at launch. The last one appeared 10 to 11 Pacific time, which is, yeah, a while. I can't remember exactly when. I just know it randomly showed up while I was playing. Well, we will keep a lookout for that.
Love ya.
The Swain boss is going to be a 5-star. So it's supposed to be a hard mode adventure, so it's still going to be tough. Game start, perfect. All right, power. Oh, that's actually a little difficult. We'll go for mana flow for the consistency. All right, once again, let's look at the adventures we have. So the stage hand, blackout. When the foe stuns an enemy, give the foe's strongest unit 2 power and 1 health this round. I wonder if they'll carry this forward into the next adventure. Because, yeah, they could just make this even worse of just giving the unit a bunch more. And they could also add in the effect of, like, stun the player's weakest unit. And then Minotaur Reckoner. So Pit Fighter and Vicious Enemy. Round end deal 2 to all the players' stunned units. It'd be fun if they just gave this, like, the Yasuo power of your stunned units are recalled at the end of the fight. Let's go ahead and go here. The update isn't live yet. It's not going to be live for another, like, 2 days, sadly, because they pushed it back a day. Yeah, Was a little bit sad that it wasn't Scion, but I mean, Swain will be fun as well, so I'm not really complaining.
Looking for trouble? It found you.
All right. Let's drop this to get our plunder damage off so we can play our Vi.
Never stop shooting.
And play our Vi before the attack.
Vi? I should have brought flowers. Try cupcakes.
They have a lot of interactions. That is interesting. Yasuo has 6 stars now. Yep. Oh, look, this is the same icon that Swain has for the powers of the adventure.
We have them now.
Let's actually go for the extra draw.
They let you outside.
I'm gonna pick it. You too.
Yeah, try cupcakes. Which, we know someone who likes cupcakes. Caitlyn. Alright, let's see what cool items we get with our Vault Breaker.
My warrant. Not that I needed it.
Meh, more stats. Alright.
Time for eat this.
We could build out our board, but we'd probably just get stunned. So let's attack. Eh, sad. Yeah. Swain lab power could be taken into account. I don't remember what his lab power was. It's been too long for me.
Make it
Yes, Swain should have a 6-star at launch, or he will.
Noxus never dies.
Doesn't she literally have a cupcake Kate skin? I don't know. I don't think she has that here. She maybe has that in League. Attack, stun all damaged enemies. Oof, that is not fun.
I've brought my book. Hope that's all right.
Beg your pardon? Endless war.
I'll be damned.
When the foe summons a unit, deal 1 to our Nexus. I mean, yeah, he's probably gonna have a bunch of burn damage. All right, hopefully they don't have a fast speed stun. Hooray.
Coming to save the day. Or wreck it.
I wish leveling the sun disc was an actual mechanic for a champ. I mean, it kind of is. I have about 50 fragments.
Knockout.
I have about 50 wild fragments saved up that I'm going to try to use for Swain. Also, if we look at... let's go for the Vault Breaker. If we look at... Oh, my word. Runeterra and their video.
Working to
Cadence
All right, come on. Where's the...
up all of
All right, so right there, you see 40 champion fragments. Those aren't orange. Those are blue. So that means that is going to be for a champion. So that's probably going to be for Scion, or not for Scion, for Swain. So as you're completing the adventure, you're getting shards for the champion. At least that is what it looks like. Which, if that's the case, that's a really fun way to add a champion into the game, and then you like unlock them by beating them multiple times. I think that's really cool. So that's probably what's going to be going on. All right, let's keep moving on. Sure. Let's just get more mana. So the ones we can see is Ionia. I'll bring it up again. 2 wild champions, Ionia, Piltover, and then that one looks like Demacia. All right, let's see. Anything in here we care about? Sure, that's fun. Let's not bother. All right, so we have the Maker. When the foe summons a recall... When the foe summons a unit, recall one of the player's followers with less power than it. I mean, they could just literally keep that as is and then just be buffing up the starting deck. I think that's what they're going to do with a lot of these battles, is they're not really going to change the modifiers too much. They're just going to, one, give them more starting mana, more Nexus health, and just buff up their starting deck to make it way more powerful. That's kind of what I'm guessing, because like this is an annoying enough power as is. Has anyone told you how cool that world map is in the back? No one's ever really said that, but thank you. Glory Seeker, when one of the foes strikes with 5 more power, grant it 2/2. I mean, this is just one that they can buff that up to maybe like 4/4 and overwhelm, and then just increase their starting deck, starting mana, and this would probably still be very difficult. I think let's go up here for the epic item though. So the Maker, that just makes me think of Dune. Light Yasuo 6-star power, yeah, pretty much. I hope they don't nerf the rewards. Yes, that would be very nice. Let's see. Let's actually get rid of most of this, just because we want to be able to try to get our Vi. Although we have Farsight, so it doesn't actually matter anymore. Not gonna lie, I thought that was the Elder Scrolls map. Nope, that is the actual world.
Take the high ground.
Fortune favors the bold.
Let's go ahead, play this here. Get our Vi on the board. She have a buff version of that power, get 2/2 and a random keyword? Maybe.
Vi? I should have brought
Cucumbers.
Try cupcakes.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate the support. Let's get some mana going.
I brought my book. Hope that's all right.
All right, let's play a bunch of these Vault Breakers, really buff up our Vi.
You've done it this time.
All right, what do we get? Scout, perfect. Love to see it.
Hit 'em where it hurts.
More stats. Even more stats. I really hope they don't have a stun. Please do not have a stun. Oh, we have elusive. Right, I need to attack by myself. Scout. Ah, right. Okay. GG. Because Vi has a thing for Caitlyn, and Caitlyn, her traps are cupcakes. So Caitlyn is associated with cupcakes, so Vi likes cupcakes, essentially. Yeah, Elder Scrolls 6 was announced forever ago, and it's going to be forever before we get it. Let's get rid of that. All right, so here we have Vayne, or not Vayne, Swain, the boss that's going to be getting updated. We'll probably take this one a little bit slower so we can try to see what he has and see how that might affect his new version. Interesting. Watch Arcane? Yeah, pretty much. It would be funny if there was a Vayne final boss. They just attack like 4 times every single round. It's like when you lose the attack token, gain the attack token. This is fine.
Looking for trouble? It found
So he has a Trifarian Hopeful. Remember that whatever he has in his starting deck, we're potentially going to get in his actual starting deck for his champion. So there is that.
Vi? I should have brought flowers. Try cupcakes.
Don't worry, I've read all about this.
Alright, so we could just like go for Vault Breakers and try to absolutely annihilate them again. But we'll take this one a bit slower.
What you got, rookie?
Rookie, this mustache is older than Defense.
The Elder Scrolls trailer dropped 6 years ago. Oof.
A foray into steel? How exciting!
Come on, play cards. Why are you not playing anything?
No stone unturned.
Alright, we'll level up our Vi.
Justice is served.
Every old deck in Lissandra stay the same. Alright, Iron Ballista, another like generic card that we figured could be one of the ones thrown in his deck. Same with the City Breaker. Well, rip.
How's your uptight sheriff? Kate's still got a sweet tooth for bad cops.
Interesting. It is fun when we actually get bosses being added to our roster. They're probably just gonna play Swain. Yeah, I don't really want to play anything. I want to see more of what the deck can do. They're just being really slow. Wait, why did they not play Swain? I guess they didn't want to give us the attack token.
The Noxian banner.
Not while I've got bullets left.
Maybe they'll give Swain some of the Crimson Noxus units to make him level faster. Possibly, but I don't think they're like maybe one. I don't think they'd probably do 2 or more.
Explosives primed.
All right, Death's Hand. Again, we already knew that was going to be very likely to be in the deck.
How can I help?
Our deck is just, or our board is just too scary for them. All right, we're probably just going to end this round. Okay, Battering Ram. I still don't think they'd probably add that to the starting deck, but it's possible. It wouldn't really fit with the other powers. I think the giant lizard that I forget the name of would work better, but that's interesting.
Someone's gonna pay.
Vault Breaker's so much fun. We have double attack. Alright, so they need to fix this UI. We have 3 rally banners, which if you have 1 rally banner, they should make it so you can't get more. That's annoying.
Just as I hypothesized.
Let's...
Headed in.
I mean, it's not going to matter because of misfortune.
Freeze. Get wrecked.
Timing is everything.
Love ya.
Same thing with home turf. Yes.
Fortune smiles.
I know you guys don't really play PvP, but it's actually funny that they nerfed Elder Dragon by straight up removing him. Alright, so we were able to play through Vi's adventure. It'll be interesting to see how this specific adventure, because they specified this one, will be updated. And let's see how it's... Yeah, we're sitting at just over 50 wild fragments. I've been trying to save them for whatever new champs we're going to be. Hoping it was going to be Scion, but Swain looks fun too. I like that we're going to be able to get new fragments for him, seemingly, from his adventure. That'll be awesome. It'd be kind of cool if they also added... Yeah, like more of his fragments, and then maybe even just like Noxus Star Crystals or Nova Crystal. That would be pretty good. What would you say is better to go for? A lot of 4-star champs or pump one champ to 6 stars? I mean, normally it's just going to come down to the resources you have, to be honest. And for me, I normally spread them out. There's not... Like, for me, I have a lot of 4 stars, couple 5 stars. Yeah, I personally spread it out generally and just try to be like, okay, what champion, what can make the most meaningful impact for my current roster? And so normally that's not just dumping everything, all my wild fragments into any one champion. I normally try to save my wild fragments to just finish off upgrades here and there. Oh, Pike, that's going to be so much fun. Like, it's going to be difficult for me because I'm going to want to use all my wild fragments on Swain. But the fact that we gain Pike next month is crazy. Also, if the patch notes drop, we should be getting them in like less than 10 minutes. So I'm going to keep streaming at least until then. Once that comes out, we will see what happens. All right, let's keep looking at some relics and what we think will be good for Swain. Also, the announcements today have kind of hijacked. We were trying to just focus on the Lissandra adventure. But what do you guys think? Try to get a guide out for the Swain adventure and prioritize that over Lissandra, because like there's a lot of people that have already beaten Lissandra, so it's not as relevant. So try to focus on that first. I feel like we probably should, yeah, just focus on the Swain adventure and then go back. I still want to do the Lissandra one, but I feel like Swain would probably be a higher priority. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. So we'll focus on doing a Swain champion guide and a Swain adventure guide. Anyways, so for a couple of these, we talked about, I think we actually left off on Chemtech Duplicator, which could be fun for Swain because you are going to be all about spells and skills, especially the fact that you're going to do so much damage to the enemy. If you haven't beat Lissandra, I doubt you're playing Swain. True. Anyways, moving on. Condenser, create a 1-cost 1/1 copy of my supported ally in hand. This is really only going to be relevant if you have a really good unit that has a strong like play or summon effect. Normally, you're probably not going to use Condenser at all. Corrupted Star Fragment, very basic, but if you just want a giant Swain, this will be perfect. It's a relic that's pretty much just good on everyone. Do Swain General Guide first, then go back? Maybe. How do we unlock Swain Adventure is also a good question. They said they want to make it open to everyone, so it might just be available. We'll have to see. Crown Guard Inheritance, when I level up Rally. Leveling Swain is not going to be that difficult. So this is one that I think would be probably similar along lines to Corrupted Star Fragment, where General Relic, it will be solid for you, especially if you want to try to go for a solid combo, but I don't think it's one that's going to have very high levels of synergy. Dreadweight Chase Gun, this will be decent as a way to ping the Nexus, get your plunder damage off, and be able to help level up your Swain, but I kind of feel like just going for Gatebreaker probably going to be better than the Warning Shot. The Swain Adventure is coming with the patch. Patch notes out? You gotta be kidding, right? They can't be out already. Oh, hell. You are correct. All right. Patch notes time. All right. This patch, Yasuo gets a full constellation of powers, plus new additions to Path of Champions roster. Swain, but wait, there's more. When it swains its pores, that's terrible. With that glorious pun comes a new challenge in the form of a added Swain World Adventure to the map to test out your favorite constellation upgraded champions. As a reminder, we will not release content tomorrow in observance of Juneteenth. To play the patch, it's on June 20th. Go forth and don't get Swain by Swain. That was terrible. All right, so new world map adventure in Noxus. We've identified a number of existing handcrafted champion-specific adventures, which players likely only play a single time, that we can improve and promote to new world adventures. Swain from Vi's campaign will be the first of those to be promoted. So far, we've proven that we can do this quite rapidly, which bodes well for releasing many adventures alongside full-fledged hard mode featured in a later patch. Cool. So Swain World Adventure, the rewards in order: 40 Swain fragments, 1,000 Stardust, 1 Platinum Vault, another 1,000 Stardust, and 1 Noxus Gold Star Vessel. So this will give you the Duck Feet, the Star Crystals, and can potentially give you Nova Crystal Fragments, and if you get lucky, a full Nova Crystal. Designer context: fair warning that this adventure will be a challenge, so come prepared. Or not, if you're the type of foe who prefers cereal without milk. This is also an experiment to see if we can feasibly upcycle old story adventures that were only played once into novel world adventures. We're looking forward to hearing your feedback. This is all fantastic. So new champion. I mean, we've seen the star powers. Your first spell or skill each round deals 1 extra damage for the 5 health the enemy nexus is missing. Words. So at game start, this isn't really going to do anything, but as you get the enemy weaker, your spells and skills are going to be stronger and stronger, at least the first one each round. Collateral damage, +1 starting mana. When a unit dies, so yours or the enemy's, deal 1 to the enemy nexus. That's big. Crush the weak. Your first 3 spells or skills each round deal 1 extra damage for each 5 health the enemy nexus is missing. So the same thing as the first one, it's just the first 3 spells or skills. So doing 3 spells or skills a round is a lot. So often it's just going to be all of your spells and skills are dealing extra damage based on how low the enemy is. Radiant Party, your fourth star power, going to give you a lot of scaling, especially from your second star power. Every time you're damaged in the enemy nexus, grant the top ally in your deck 1/1. Mana flow, simple. And then the crazy 6-star, when you damage an enemy with a spell or a skill, deal the same amount to all other enemies as well. So just all of your spells are now hitting the entire enemy board. This is going to be absolutely insane. Moving on to Yasuo. The lack of atmosphere in space can't stop our windy boy. Yasuo heads to the stars with his 6-star Typhoon, round end recall stunned enemies. I mean, spoiler. So 4th star power, when you summon an ally granted Fury, it becomes a dragon. Great for Yasuo because he's normally killing a bunch of units, and so when your Yasuo gets Fury, he scales like crazy. So that'll be solid. Mana flow. And then Typhoon, round end recall stunned enemies. This will be solid because essentially every time you're stunning someone, it's now hard removal. Even if you don't have Yasuo on the board, they are getting recalled at the end of the round. And when they get recalled, this will count towards Yasuo level up, so he'll level faster. And if Yasuo's on the board, he has another opportunity to strike them. That looks like a bundle. I'm excited. Anyways, this is going to be a very solid 6-star. It's not as insane seeming as Swain's. Should be really good. Store feature. New bundles, fantastic. New Swain bundle, Celebration 4-star and 5-star. New Viego Champ bundle, 5-star. So this is interesting. They're not only adding bundles for some of the new ones, but also some of the existing ones. So I think it's good that they keep adding bundles that you can get. That looks like an epic relic. Hopefully they tell us what that is. But I think bundles are good for those of us that want to try to unlock the champion faster. What do you mean 4 and 5-star? Down here you can see... Oh, my mouse wasn't on the cursor or board. So he's going to have 3 bundles you can get. And then for Viego, there's just going to be 1 right here. Content change list. This is all for PvP. To be honest, I don't really care. Miscellaneous Ionia and Noxus Nova Crystal bundles can now be purchased 2 times instead of 1. Emporium can now be directly accessed from the world map. I mean, if you want to buy a bunch of bundles, you can now can, because before they were limited. I mean, they're still limited, but now it's doubled. And Emporium from the world map is very nice. We can just stay in our Path of Champions side of the game and never go to the other side, essentially. It says these changes are just for PvP. So hopefully this isn't going to affect us. Hopefully, we'll see. Bug fixes. Update the price of the starter bundle to match the $5 coin purchase. This is really good. Before, it was supposed to be $5, but the amount of coins you got if you bought $5 was just under, which was really scummy. And they're like, hey, that was not supposed to be the case. So they fixed that. Really good. Fixed an issue where AI had trouble evaluating various keywords. Interesting. Fix an issue where players that previously earned all rewards for Mythic Adventures could not access the new rewards put in place in the 5.5 release. I think this has to do with like Galio and maybe Thresh, where like the first reward would just give you like Legend XP. And then after that, you could get more rewards. But yeah, that was a bit of an issue. I think the AI would play stupid around certain keywords, and so they're trying to fix that. Fixed. Oh, this is actually right here. Fixed an issue where the Galleon Thresh rewards were not properly configured to grant new rewards for the 5th and 6th slots, respectively. Fixed an issue where 1 Nova Shard would be granted instead of 1 Nova Crystal as a rare bonus upgrade within the Golden Star vessels, which that is pretty funny. You were supposed to get an entire Nova Crystal, but instead it gave you 1 little shard. Pretty funny, but at least that's being fixed, because getting an entire Nova Crystal is pretty massive. Fix an issue where improved daily quests inconsistently rewarded bronze vaults alongside the 1500 XP. Fixed a bug where players' daily bronze vaults were opened behind the scenes. They'll now show up in the player's mailbox. That's nice. Fix an issue where the level 18 Viego card effect did not appropriately reduce the cost of possession. Very good. Fix an issue where Viego's second star power did not decrease the cost of allies with exactly 4 power. Also, very good. Fix an issue where Lux Illuminated could gain level up progress when allies commit to attack, but ultimately could not strike, like when they are frostbitten. Interesting. All right. Fix an issue where several new champ star power descriptions were missing keyword or vocab coding. Fix an issue where the wallet couldn't sort certain currencies in the correct order. Drop my pen. Fix an issue where the champion roster button highlight was lit despite no upgrades available. This is fantastic. Great. Because, yeah, they keep being highlighted when there's nothing you can do. Fix an issue where champion and the champion roster weren't properly sorting. Yeah, this is just like all UI fixes. Fix an issue where the monthly challenge rewards were multiplying the output when converting to duplicate resources. This is actually bad for us. So before, sometimes we would just get like an extra 1,000 Stardust out of the blue for the monthly challenges. And this has been happening for a while. And it was like, okay, it's a bug. It's a bug in our favor. So that's not going to be happening anymore. A little sad right there. Remember, I need to change title. Fix an issue related to copying cards with story. Not really sure what happened there. Fix an issue where Jinx's 10th champion level and Yasuo's 7th and 8th champion levels were incorrect. Okay, so this is like Yasuo not getting his revive, I think, and like giving you a duplicate. So some of the champions got a little bit their level up rewards. Like when you hit level 10 with Jinx, you get a certain reward. So that has been fixed. Okay, so overall, pretty good patch. I would love to see... Oh, maybe it's been leaked. I'm going to go ahead and try to look on Reddit. Has the new relics been leaked? Oh, someone I think just commented. 2 new epic relics, 1 for Swain, 1 for Yasuo. Yasuo is +1 starting mana if I'm Yasuo. Power, when you recall an enemy, increase its cost by 2. Swain is game start, drain 5 mana from the enemy nexus. Play if I'm Swain, refill your spell mana. Okay, well that fixes the problem with Swain. That is pretty cool. They don't say anything about legend levels. Yeah, the patch is not out yet. So the Viego bundle has no relic for Viego. Normally the 5-star bundles have golden reliquaries in them. Yeah, if anyone has like a Reddit post, or I mean, if someone has the new champs relics being leaked, I know it happens fairly often on Reddit, let me know. Let's look here. So the 4-star is, okay, the Golden Reliquary. Actually, so I did get most of the 5-star ones. 5-star is Platinum Vault. So 5 stars, this is going to be for Viego. Should be. 280 fragments, Greater Cosmic Blessings, Platinum Vaults, and then Star Crystals and Wild Fragments. So this should be what you're getting with Vayne. Not Vayne. Swain. Not Viego. Oh my word. Words. For Swain, you should have a 4 and 5-star one. Let's go to the Emporium. The wife went and got me Starbucks. So that's nice. Star Child staff got power crept. I mean, yeah. That is pretty crazy if those relics are true. Yeah, Blade of the Rune King, if they ever add the Blade of the Rune King as a relic, it needs to be like legendary. So normally I get a white chocolate mocha, I think it's called. Pretty nice and delicious. All right, let's look through the patch notes once again, just see if there's anything we missed. They don't say anything about any epic relics here. So it is nice that Swain is getting one. If what that person said is true, and it's just game start drain 5 from the enemy nexus, for one, that is going to work as like 5 regen for you. So if you're a little bit low on nexus health, you're immediately just stealing 5 from the enemy. Also, that would count as like out of combat damage. So that would just help your Swain level up condition. And it would immediately turn on your 1st and 3rd star powers, because the issue with them at the moment, even though they're good, they're doing nothing until the enemy is below 5 health. So if that is going off, which I'll believe it when I actually see it data mined or whatever, or see it in game. But if that person's true, then that is pretty crazy. And then the Yasuo one, you're increasing the cost and getting starting mana. So you get +1 starting mana if you're Yasuo, and then when you recall an enemy, increase its cost by 2. That is just making your other one, your 6-star, even better, because now if they are somehow surviving, they're going to have to pay so much mana to put their unit back on. I mean, I just haven't seen the data mine itself yet. Because, like, I mean, technically anyone, Reddit post is up now. All right. I mean, yeah, Swain is going to be great. All right, I'm trying to bring up that post right here. All right, so goodness. That is whatever. It's going to be big. So yeah, if I'm Yasuo +1 starting mana, when you recall an enemy, increases cost by 2. And then game start, power, drain 5 from the enemy nexus. Also, this is happening regardless of if you're Swain or not. This is just for everyone. Like, just anyone can deal with this. And then if I'm Swain, refill your spell mana. So he's essentially having the Lost Chapter plus a better version of Starchild Staff put together. Yeah, Yasuo 1 is only if I'm Yasuo you get that starting mana. Alright, so that's pretty good. I kind of wonder... So the Swain one especially, game start, drain 5 from the enemy nexus. Who else wants that? Because that is just a solid effect. I mean, the only part for the Swain one is you refill a spell mana when you play it, which is kind of like the less important part, in my opinion. The drain 5 at the game start, that's massive. Could be decent for Darius, yes, because that would help your sustain, and it would help get the enemy nexus lower. That's a good call. Darius is one that definitely could make that work. Gwen, if Gwen wasn't cracked already, yes. I mean, that would count for plunder damage, potentially. Where are the patch notes? We already covered them, but... there is the link. We're now kind of like going over what the new relics are going to do. Yeah, this was supposed to be just kind of like a chill, relaxed stream, just going through Lissandra. I didn't think like everything was going to drop today. All right, game start, drain 5. Who other than Swain do we want that on? I mean, it's one that's like, it's solid for everyone. Like, it is a lot for an epic relic, but that's just good on anyone. Yeah, chilling with Lissandra. That was unintentional. I wish it was round start drain 1. Yeah, that'd be good. It could be good for some plunder, especially if it triggers your packed powder. For each round you've damaged the enemy nexus. I mean, it should. You could actually pair that. So you could put that right here, and then just game start, you have 4 cost reduction on your champion, potentially. So like, you could have this on like Pike, where Pike's a 5 cost. You just, boom, immediately game start, hit the enemy nexus, you've activated your plunder, you play your champion round 1. Janna, yeah. So maybe, as long as it counts towards your plunder, that would be really good. So I think that is a combination to use, which could be really good for any 4 or 5 cost champion you want to play round 1. I mean, you could potentially even get Darius on the board round 1 if you wanted. So that's an interesting new combination we might be able to use. Let's see. Plunder combination or just 5 straight up damage. Trying to think who else. I don't think it's counts. It's game start, not round start. Well, we'll see if it works, but it would only work for the first round. But that's why we're trying to think of champions that cost like 4 to 5, because with having 4 cost reduction, you'd still be able to play them at the start of the game. But we'll see. Bimmers, thank you for the follow. Why go Ludens on Vhagar when you can do Stash and that relic? Potentially, yeah. It could be good for Vhagar to get him on the board round 1. it will be interesting to see if that combo works. Because this actually could be one of the most useful relics that's like... the one that's like, if you're this champion. Because most of those are only really good for that champion. But this is one that could actually be a pretty good combination and just another different way to cheat out champions round one. So if it works, could be really fun. Yeah, Nasus. I'm blind. There he is. Could work to get him on the board round one. Granted, he wouldn't really... I mean, he'd be like a 4-4. And then the Yasuo one is just going to be Yasuo. That's it. +1 starting mana and increasing the cost when you recall enemies. Yep, that'll be fine. Let's... I think his 7 and 8 levels were the ones that were messed up. Support champs and starting mana. Because, yeah, you have 30 starting mana right here for 4. So it being duplicated here at 8. Like, this is potentially supposed to be the... one of these is supposed to be the revive. Yeah, we don't really have a recall deck. Yasuo is now kind of going to be that. Yeah, we don't have anyone that's recalling their own units, which is a playstyle that we are just lacking at the moment. Yeah, this is going to be... this is going to be really big. I'm going to glance and see if there is... any other crazy news breaking. Yeah, Kennen or Ahri would be pretty good. And we are getting a lot of bug fixes because, yeah, there's been some issues in the last patch. So the fact that they are fixing these is really good. I think the only thing that is kind of a fumble for them is they haven't added Starforged into the pool. I think other than that, everything, they're just nailing. Everything is great. Really good job. They just need to add Starforged into the existing cards. That's really all they need to do. They do that and then they're good. Yasuo Relic looks like a setup for Ahri. Maybe with a $500 skin too. That's funny. I mean, it's not really a setup for Ahri because it'd be absolute garbage because you don't want to increase the cost of your own units you're summoning. But am I the only one who's bothered with mandatory +1 starting mana relics every patch nowadays that we have to buy? A little bit. I think the +1 starting mana is kind of boring, and I wish we didn't have as many of them as we do. And I think that it's... I prefer what they're doing with the Swain Relic. I like that for the Swain Relic, it's not giving you starting mana. It's just like, hey, play, refill your spell mana. It's still something to do with mana, but it's a bit different. It's more interesting. Like, starting mana is fantastic. So it's a very easy way to just give people a strong relic. Like, that's why everyone runs Starforged, even though it's boring. Starting mana really helps you a lot. I do agree, though, it is kind of lame that we get that every single patch. I think Yasuo support champ will have Portal Pals. The effect doesn't do much, so they slap +1 mana on it. Yeah, Nora is like the worst offender with that, to be honest. It's like, here's a really mediocre effect, but you get +1 starting mana, and that's really the only reason you use the relic, which is why that relic is garbage on everyone else, pretty much. That's one thing I'm really excited for with the Swain relic. I hope that that plunder combo works, because if it does, then this is just a new fun way to play a lot of champions. Like Lee Sin right here, we could throw this build on Lee Sin and get Lee Sin on the board round 1 if we wanted. Like, there's a lot of very interesting combinations, which is what Epic Relics should be able to do, is just give you interesting, different combos to play your champions in different ways, and just +1 starting mana is pretty boring. Nor synergize with the axe? Not really. I tried it. It sucks in my opinion. Like, I don't think it's worth it. Technically it synergizes, yes. But you have so many better relic combinations. At least from what I played of it, I was not impressed. I'm kind of disappointed that there are just powers that you choose pre-game, essentially. I mean, I like the power effect on cards. Restart the game. All right, we'll take a look. So often my go-to Kaisa build is Overwhelm Relic, Challenger Relic, the Blade Rack, and then Luden's Tempest to double the attack of your skills. You think they added new quests as well? We will see. We will see. Oh, okay, so there's a new, there's a new quest here for Path of Champions. Target enemies. Alright, so they added a new quest, and then the Emporium button might be here. Yep, so Emporium. The UI looks much better in this format. Okay, that is really nice. That is a good addition. That's solid. Okay. I guess. Well, that looks kind of bugged, but alrighty. It's a bit too big. I mean, I like the size of it. I think it's... I mean, again, I have no idea what it looks like on mobile, but... I wonder if I have... Nope, still says I have all my rewards for Galio. So yeah, this will be... Yeah, part 1 of 6. Do we have a list of what this is all going to be as far as the quest? You need 100 shards to get a crystal. Man, today has been pretty crazy. There was a post 2 weeks on Reddit with the quest line. Fear Cleaving is back. Is that in the Emporium for people? I mean, yeah, it won't show up for me. So yeah, we got a lot of news. We got the patch notes. We know Swain is coming out. Swain is also getting a bundle. Viego's getting a bundle. Yasuo's getting his 6-star power. We're getting a adventure, a hard mode adventure in the patch, which is crazy. I did not expect we'd get that. If you have a link, you can post it. It's fine. Can Annie increase the Swain relic damage? No, because it's not a skill or spell. And Annie, I believe, is just spells and skills. Yeah, your spells and skills. It should just be like a effect that goes off, so no. All right, so this one I will showcase it here. Actually, I need to increase this because you guys can't read it. All right, so this should be what it is. We have target enemies, which the first one's true, Silver Star Vessel. Play burst spells, 500 Stardust. Play spells that cost 3 or less, 10 Wild Fragments. Play 4 or higher cost units, Silver Star Vessel. Summon the same unit 2 times in a match, Gold Vault. And then raise the health of allies in play, Minor Gemstone Vessel. So a lot of the rewards are just fine. I mean, they're nothing crazy. The Silver Star Vessels will give you a little bit more of the star crystals to try to get the 4 and 5 stars. Wild Fragments are nice. Like, there's nothing crazy in here, but it is solid. Like, yeah, nothing crazy, but it'll be nice little bonuses to get. Gives you something to do while you're playing. Pretty much any quest that's giving you rewards is still a W, still good, but yeah, not going to be that big of a deal. Switch to light mode, then dark to back. Huh. Yeah, I just figured it's in dark mode. Alright, so I think we'll end it there. It's been like 4.5 hours. Thank you all for hanging out. We'll be streaming again tomorrow, and then we'll be streaming a bunch on Thursday and Friday. The Thursday stream for when the patch comes out will probably be delayed a couple hours just so that we're streaming more closer to the patch. But a lot happened. We might keep working on Lissandra tomorrow. I'm not sure. But yeah, today's stream kind of got derailed with a bunch of news. Pretty good, though. Again, thank you for hanging out. There'll be videos up on the channel as always. And I hope to see you all tomorrow. And I hope you all have a great day. See ya.